Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our meeting, and we have quorum present. And although the people most likely, but I don't know if any of our two gentlemen sitting over here are going to speak, because if you are, then that's fine. If we have no visiting members to speak, we won't be able to proceed. But you are going to speak? You're both? Oh, this is fantastic. No, I'm very happy you should speak. You can ask me again after the speech is over, but having said that, which of you would like to go first? We're doing 3 minutes on everything. Yes, that was passed by the committee.
Okay, there we go.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. So I think the most important thing to underline is that over the course of the next couple of months, we will be making probably the biggest dollar decision that we make in a couple decades here as a City Council, which is where to spend several $billion worth of public funds on our transit network. And what I'm finding is, despite the size of that, I can't rest my feet comfortably on any ground that makes me think I'm making the right decision. That's one piece. The second piece is we're about to be confronted with the province's Fantasy Castle transit plan. And the way that you defeat a fantasy castle is with sound reasoning, good priority setting, and wise use of public money. And again, I can't find the ground to put my feet on to know that I'm in a better position than the province is to argue our approach is correct. We did get one step forward towards that in this report, which is, for the first time that I can recall, we have been told that the top priority from a transportation planning point of view has to be doing those things that protects the existing network and make it functional. And those things are the Bloor-Yonge interchange and the downtown relief line. And that does put us on better footing and does give us some comfort that there's a good rationale in terms of land use planning, transit planning, the intersection between those two, and the wise use of public dollars. What I can't get my head around, though, is the other stuff. We were told by the city manager, in answer to some questions I asked, that nothing in this report provides us with any basis for picking Smart Track or the Scarborough extension other than council decided that these should go first. And even that's thin ground, because council decided to proceed with those to the next stage gate. We also told staff we want the stage gate process so that we don't decide at the very beginning with limited information that come hell or high water, we're going to build this project. Instead, we're going to have regular checks as we get more information. Well, we're at that regular check. We're getting more information about the Scarborough subway, but we still don't have a cost-benefit analysis comparing it to other transit options in Scarborough. We still don't have an equity lens over it. We still don't have a cost-effectiveness comparison to other options. So while we've got some improvement with the DRL and the Bloor-Yonge piece, I wish I had better footing under me to make the case that what the Premier's about to announce is crazier than what we're about to do.
I thought I was going to have to give you extra time. That was very good editing, Councillor Perks. Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Sure, and thank you, Mayor. And I should begin, like I'm sure others will comment as well, is to thank our city staff. A grid and a network aligned with a complicated intergovernmental funding model is complicated, to say the least. And I want to thank them for bringing this forward. Let me focus on tomorrow, and then let me focus on next year. As it relates to tomorrow, I'm deeply worried. And I'm worried that the detailed and complicated grid and network that we are coming up with could be changed with the flick of a pen, and thus transit could be further delayed. And it sounds like Groundhog Day all over again to 2010, when we were told subways would be built for free along Shepherd. And in fact, what happened was 4 years of nothing getting built. And so not only am I concerned around yet another back-in-the-napkin plan going back to 2010, resulting in yet another delay, I'm also concerned as it relates to the federal funding and PTIF funding. a 40%, 33%, 27% model, federal, provincial, municipal, and a real concern that I would have that the federal government, a real hope I would have that the federal government aligns with our city council endorsed plan. So both with the network and the funding scenario, I'm concerned, and I'm concerned that our conversation at council next week may be on a very different, may have a very different feel to it than it does today. The next year, as it relates to next year, as we've heard staff say, that is when city staff will be coming back with a prioritization framework and proposal related to the next series of expansions. So not the implementation of the one-stop Scarborough subway, the DRL, and Smart Track, but also Eglinton East, Eglinton West, Waterfront East, Waterfront West, Finch, Downtown Relief Line West, all of these projects, what comes next and where the funding comes from, that's next year. And so to that end, I understand that the mayor has a motion looking at speeding up options related to one of those lines, and I'm supportive of that. But I would just say that tomorrow leads me with deep concerns, but next year, I think leaves me with, well, some questions around how we collectively are going to make those hard decisions. But I will just conclude by thanking staff for bringing this forward and thanking members of the committee for indulging me as a visiting councillor. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Cressy. We're looking for members not on the Executive Committee, and I think that brings us to you, Councillor McKelvey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I just wanted to speak to the Eglinton East LRT to Malvern. It's a critical part of the Scarborough Transit Network, and it was supposed to be built in time for the 2015 Pan Am Games. And with the hope of transit coming to the campus, students voted for a levy to help them build the Pan Am Aquatic Center on campus. We disappointed them. We didn't build transit. In 2016, Scarborough residents were told the Eglinton East LRT from Kennedy to Malvern could be built with available funds. Today, we disappoint them again. The staff report doesn't list the Eglinton East LRT as one of the projects for federal and provincial funding, and its status remains uncertain. As if it's not disappointing enough to see that it's fallen off the priority list, the staff report also recommends a new phased approach with construction to U of T Scarborough, followed by a second phase to Malvern Centre. And this is a problem because Scarborough residents are losing hope. They've seen what happens with phased extension projects. They don't get built. The Scarborough RT was supposed to be extended from McCowan to Shepherd. Nothing was built since 1985. The Shepherd subway was supposed to be extended to Scarborough Centre. Nothing was built after 2002. This is our opportunity to not repeat this pattern of neglect for Scarborough Transit. And I'm here to advocate that the city continue with the planning, design, and engineering of the full Eglinton East LRT fully to Malvern. Building this LRT to Malvern is critical to fully realize the Scarborough Transit Network and to make sure that we close the loop, that we have a connected system that connects the Eglinton East LRT and rapid transit on Shepherd. You've seen that there's letters that have been provided by the University of Toronto Scarborough, the Scarborough Health Network, Centennial College, multiple transit advocate organizations, including Scarborough Transit Action, Renew Scarborough. All of them feel that we cannot settle for an LRT that fails to deliver on an integrated and connected transit network. In addition, reaffirming our commitment to Malvern lets residents that live north of the 401 know that they matter to us. None of the transit projects for Scarborough right now, the Scarborough subway, the Eglinton East LRT, are currently being designed to go beyond the 401. That's not okay. Mayor Tory, I'm hopeful that you and your executive committee will recommend extension to Malvern as part of this project without phasing.
Thank you, Councillor McKelvey. I don't see any other members of City Council here who are not members of the committee, so I could turn then to members of the committee who are wishing to speak. Well, I will eventually. Councillor Pasternak, are you so somebody can put their hand up to go first?
I'll just fill in since you're looking for a speaker.
Councillor Pasternak, thank you.
So in May of 2013, City Council passed a motion, and I quote, that the Shepherd subway be recognized as a substantive project priority for Phase 2 Metrolinx funding. Also in May of 2013, when we listed off the priority transit projects for new revenue tools, the completion of the Shepherd subway line from Downsview Station to Yonge and Shepherd was listed as number 3, or C, on a motion passed by Council. In March of 2016, Council once again passed a motion asking for staff to look at the cost range and funding options for an environmental assessment on Shepherd Avenue, particularly between Downsview Station at the time, now Shepherd West Station, and Yonge and Shepherd connection line. In July of 2016, Council once again passed another motion asking for a review and consideration construction of a subway link between Downsview Station and Yonge and Shepherd interchange. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have received no reports back from staff on any of those motions or directions from City Council. It's certainly not before us as a priority. The Shepherd subway line has already had a $1 billion investment between Yonge and Shepherd and Don Mills. It has been listed as a priority project by Council. We have passed a series of motions that it be a priority for Metrolinx Phase 2 projects. We have passed motions that on alternative revenue tools, it be number 3 funded project. And we have passed motions asking for a costing, just a costing of an environmental assessment. It's come in front of the TTC as a major project, and we received a 3-page memo advising us that much of the tunneling that we want to see along Shepherd, just west of Yonge, has been done, and that it remains a priority project. Yet where is it? It doesn't appear in any of the documents before us, and I'm looking forward to having this discussion further at Council. That's the negative side. The positive side is that before us is a plan going forward, and that's what we've been lacking over the years. And I thank the Mayor for driving this forward and the staff for creating the framework for making it happen. And is this going to please everybody? Of course not. I just listed you some of the reasons that I'm a little disappointed, because it hasn't recognized motions in the past, and staff haven't reported back on any of those issues. And I'm wondering what are we doing here if we're passing all these motions and the staff aren't reporting back? Some may say, well, that was before my time. Well, much of what's before us was before many of the key staff members' time anyway. But that being said, I just wanted to say we have a good blueprint. We've got to get on with transit building, and we've got to move on beyond the transit fatigue that we're suffering from.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 motions. I'm actually going to read them out because it will eat up way too much of my time. So the motions are there, but I'll just do a quick overview with respect to what they are. The motion A, which is simply to execute the minutes of settlement for the acquisition of properties along Burr Drive and Progress. That information is contained in the purple paper, and I'm also asking that that information be kept confidential as part of the settlement and so on. Deals with real estate. Motion B deals with the item that Councillor McKelvey has been very adamant in focusing on, so on, and I'm moving that essentially on her behalf, and of course supporting it as well, and recognizing what the city staff has stated and so on in terms of a plan that they have here. I certainly want to thank the city manager and the staff, but the problem that we actually have is that when it comes to transit expansion, we're always challenged. Seems to me that when it comes to transit expansion for Scarborough, we're further challenged, and it's like challenge 3.0, 3.5, quite frankly. And irrespective of the fact that often what happens here with respect to the questioning about Scarborough's transit, it's always, is that the final number? And does that contain trains? Does that contain, I don't know, doors? That contain the sinks and so on that's needed and what have you to operate those particular facilities and so on? Well, apparently it does. And the fact of the matter is that in as much as people would like to chastise this notion of a stop in the one stop as it's being framed, what I've realized in terms of the discussions that we've actually been having with landowners, the land developers, there's a proposal now to provide an investment that will probably in way north of $5 billion. The reason for that is that the subway expansion is unlocking values that brings jobs and bring opportunities to our community, which actually would not be realized. So will I support one stop? Yes, I will, because I'm on record. Would I prefer 3? Absolutely, because I think it creates a better utilization and opportunities for our residents. We heard from the students, and there's a letter that I draw members' attention here from Wisdom Tetty, who is the Vice President of the University of Toronto and the Principal of the University of Toronto, which really talks about the need to expand transit beyond simply our current plan and so on. And I realize that the phasing in and so on is important as part of the plan. But I think what's more important is that a grand plan for all the residents in Scarborough. And I simply would like to then say to all of the staff who've been working on this, we thank you. We really appreciate the work that you're doing. I don't think it's your problem. It's a political problem that's causing the problems that we're actually suffering from for our residents, quite frankly. And Mr. Mayor, I do applaud your leadership on this because this has been very important. But we really need both the city and the province to get together in order to ensure we can do the best for the residents of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. The 6 there is really 3 because I didn't start the clock again after Councillor Pasternak finished. Were there any questions of Deputy Mayor Thompson, because he's made a motion? If not, we'll move on. We have Councillor Nunziata. We have who else to speak? Deputy Mayor Barlow. Okay, so we have those 2. Councillor, go ahead, Nunziata.
Yeah, thank you. And I will be supporting the motions by Councillor Thompson. Thank you. So I just briefly want to say, first of all, thank the staff and thank you to the mayor on all of the work that you've done since you've been mayor on moving transit along. I'm actually very frustrated and tired of debating transit. I've been debating it for over 30 years. When we were on Metro Council, we debated it. And as long as we continue debating and arguing about transit, we'll never get transit built in the city. You know, it takes years and years to build transit. Fortunately for me, the Eglinton line at least started and will be complete for 2021. That goes through my ward. But we need to move on with transit, and you know, I mean, it's very important that we have all 3 levels of government at the table as well, because you know you can't build it without receiving funding. So, like, let's just start building transit. Let's just do it and start, you know, digging that hole. My grandson is 5, and I'm hoping that when he goes to university that we complete at least 1 transit line. Would be great.
I'd say that's that's an ambition I can't accept. It's way too modest. But having said all that, thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Deputy Mayor Barlow.
Thank you. I mean, I agree with
I think you have a motion,
Nunziata.
Dave.
Let's just build it.
You have a motion?
I do.
Yes, just to make sure.
I do have a motion that I'm placing on behalf of Councillor Cressy. On the eve of a major transit announcement from the province, that we have no clue what it is, no idea where we stand, and having to debate and approve a funding ask that we need them on our side, it doesn't give me a lot of confidence. It doesn't give me a lot of confidence in where we are. It doesn't give me a lot of confidence that people just want to build, because we have a plan that is well advanced, that is well planned out, that has some of the projects at 30%, some of the projects at 60%, so they're well advanced. So if people are truly interested in building transit, they would be looking at what the City of Toronto has been doing, what the City of Toronto has been approving and debating, and would continue to work with us. So I think we're going to have an opportunity to have a more informed debate when we go to council after seeing this announcement, but I do want to express my concerns where we stand, where we are, because my colleagues have said it. We need 3 orders of government to come together and to finally build transit. And when we talk about transit, we're talking about the mobility of our goods and people in the city, but we're also talking about the prosperity of our city, because we don't want to get strangled in congestion like sometimes of the days we already are. I also want to call on the attention on something that I think we're not paying close attention to, which is actually automatic train control on Line 2. This is a major issue. I don't know if my colleagues understood the answers that we got, that we started this project in Line 1 in 2007. It's now 2019, and we're still rolling out this program. We need this in Line 2, the amount of development happening on that line. And if we're truly wanting to make sure that people are welcoming the development, we make sure that infrastructure is there to serve our communities. The automatic train control would add 20% on this line, 20% capacity of a line that is built. And this is an important project that I would like to see our staff and ourselves paying close attention, because it's immediate gains and it's gains that are needed. And if we're going to our communities saying we need to have growth in our city, we need to bring the infrastructure in our city, and we need to look at projects like the automatic train control in Line 2. Yes, expansion is needed, but this is also part of the extension, and we need to start paying close attention to it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there any questions of the mover? Because there was a motion there. If not, we can continue to move forward. Who else is wanting to speak on this? I know Councillor Ainsley is going to want to speak, and they're just trying to sort something out over there. And Councillor Crawford, you're not wanting to speak. Deputy Mayor Min Wong not wanting to speak. No. Okay. Well, I will. I can speak now. I mean, it just means that somebody else. I just want to, first of all, again, reiterate the thanks that I offered to the staff earlier on, and they have done a huge amount of work on this over a very long period of time. I guess the most heart that I take in all of this is from the fact that we have a plan. We have a plan. And we didn't have one at the beginning of the term, and we do now. And I wish I could call the map back up from the presentation, but there's a map there that shows a transit network at the end of the plan being implemented that looks more like what a city of this size and of this sophistication and of this growth and success should have. And I just want to see that plan through to fruition. I think that's very clearly what the people told me in the election. They want to see it through as well. They don't want to accept much more in the way of excuses, if any, for delay. And I think the 2 things we don't need are delay or uncertainty. And I will tell you, I feel a bit uncertain just leading into tomorrow's announcement. It's not uncertain because I know anything. I told everybody what I know, it's just not that much. But when you have a situation where you know there's a major announcement and you don't know much about it, you're uncertain. And I certainly don't in any way want to sort of countenance or approve of delay, because I don't think we have to delay. We've spent the time, we've spent the money to do this properly. And there are people who will disagree with elements of the transit plan, and I respect that, but we've had an overwhelming vote of council on all of its elements and on the plan itself, and so I feel confident that we've done what you do in a parliamentary or in a democratic system like ours. I will also say that I can't speak for what's going to happen vis-a-vis the federal government, because I wanted to address myself to Councillor Cressy's comments. I will say that I think that from everything I can tell, both Mr. Trudeau and Mr. Scheer, who I've spoken with about this matter of our transit money in the last 7 days, I think have respect for the legitimacy of this government as being the democratically elected government of the biggest city in the country. And so I know that doesn't get you that far, but I think it's a step that leads me to have a degree of confidence about that. And I think that they understand that, as we do, that we need their partnership, not just for the money, but we need their partnership as well. And I made this point to both of them, to make sure that the next phase of the money that is going to be forthcoming for the other projects we're discussing today are yet to be determined, and we need them both to commit themselves. I will say Mr. Trudeau and Mr. Scheer have yet, either of them, to sort of commit to a phase 2 of PTIF, but I'm very confident from my discussions that they're going to do that at the appropriate time. I will just tell you that I remain completely committed to the whole plan. The whole plan. And the whole plan to me means it includes LRTs, because notwithstanding talk about subways and how important they are, the LRTs are crucial community and employment connectors. In the case of the LRT West, Eglinton West, it will connect the City of Toronto to the airport and to all the jobs that are in the airport precinct. And in the case of the LRT East, all the way to Malvern, it will connect many different communities up to the transit system, and it really bespeaks of some of the comments we heard earlier today from people who were saying, truthfully, and we know it's true, and we know that's why the Finch West LRT is going to make a positive difference to connect communities that are presently isolated from opportunity, they're isolated from the rest of the city. And so I want to just say in conclusion one final thing, which is that I am going to fight just as hard when it comes to the Eglinton East LRT for the sum of money that's necessary to get the job done. And I hope it's for, say, $2 billion plus, because that's the cost of going all the way, which I think, and I've said before, makes more sense in the context of doing one project at a time. But I will fight just as hard to get the money, and I think I've had a degree of success in getting money for housing and for transit that others had tried before to get and hadn't. It's not me alone, but certainly I've been in front of that, and I will continue to be in front of that. But I do hope people will support the recommendations in this report so we can move it forward. And I have two motions. I apologize. There's so much scrambling going on. We'll put motion A up, if you would, Julie. So this just makes some amendments to the original recommendation 5 that I think are just changing some of the numbers. And the second one is asking for a direct report from the city manager to council, because we finish here today, of course, before the announcement tomorrow, and so he can give an updated report at the city council meeting that talks about our reflections on and comments on the announcement of tomorrow, and can do that directly to council. Sorry for the time it took to, I wasn't expecting to be handed these. I'd forgotten about this. And is there anything else that we're going to be able to do, or is there anybody else wishing to speak? That's the end of it. Okay, well, Councillor Ainslie, you didn't get a chance to speak. You can speak last if you wish. No speaking. Okay. So, we start then with Councillor Thompson's, on the motions, we start with Councillor Thompson's motion 1B. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Thompson's motion 1B. Did somebody ask for a recorded vote?
Yes.
All right, there's been a request for a recorded vote.
All in favor, Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Nunziata. All opposed, Councillor Ainslie. That carries.
My motion 3A. Okay, it's the one that has to do with the adjustment of some of the numbers on recommendation 5. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Thompson's motion 1A. Recorded vote.
All in favor, Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Ainslie, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Nunziata. That carries unanimously.
Okay, motion 2 from Councillor Deputy Mayor Bailao. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then last but not least, motion 3B from myself to do with the city manager's report to city council directly. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The item is amended. We'll have a recorded vote on this.
On the item as amended, all in favor, Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Ainslie, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Nunziata. All opposed. Councillor Thompson, your vote, please.
In favor?
In favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. No.
All right, well, thank you very much, and thank you to all the deputies and members of the public who are here to help us, and again, thanks to our staff for a lot of hard work, and it's a work in progress, and I hope we can just proceed ahead to get all these projects done, because that's what the people want, I think, but we shall see how the universe unfolds. Okay, and we're going to meet and exceed by far that deadline that you set for your granddaughter, your grandson, sorry. All right, that brings us then to item EX 4.2, the King Street results, future of King Street results of the transit pilot. And I don't think we have a presentation on this, or do we? No presentation. We will have questions of staff in due course, but we'll begin with the deputations, of which there are 20. And so if I can call on Eli Aaron from the Toronto Youth Cabinet, and then just so you can be ready, followed by Ashley Tolas and Al Carboni. Those are the first three. And reminder that it's 3 minutes for the deputations. Mr. Aaron, welcome, and you have 3 minutes. And if we could just have order in here, please. We want to hear Mr. Aaron and make sure everybody can hear. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Eli Aaron, and I'm the transit lead at the Toronto Youth Cabinet, our city's youth advisory body. The King Street pilot is an indisputable success. It has shown that prioritizing transit saves time, improves reliability and predictability, increases transit ridership, and reduces car usage. Toronto's youth use public transit for 48% of all trips in the city. Prioritizing transit is of importance to many young people who do not have access to a car and have no other way to get to school or work. Our road network does not currently reflect the way that young people move throughout Toronto. This project is the first step to designing a road network that works for all users. The TTC has been advocating for transit lanes for over 30 years. Our official plan has a surface transit priority map, which is currently being updated and improved. However, very few corridors have received significant transit priority measures, such as transit lanes. Bus and streetcar trips account for 59% of all TTC rides. Yet the vast majority of these surface transit routes operate in mixed traffic. This can result in unreliability as transit vehicles get stuck in traffic. As the King Street pilot has demonstrated, prioritizing transit can encourage more people to use it as there is significant latent demand. We need to take this success and examine other busy streetcar routes prone to traffic congestion, such as Queen and College. Just as important are the city's bus routes. Routes like, for example, Lawrence West, which carries 44,000 daily passengers. During rush hours, buses often get stuck in traffic. They are delayed, bunch up, create service gaps, and overcrowding. There are more than 20 bus and streetcar routes in all that carry each over 25,000 people a day in mixed traffic, and many of these serve inner suburban communities where there is limited access to rapid transit. This is an opportunity to improve the commutes of hundreds of thousands of daily riders at minimal cost and encourage additional people to use public transit. The King Street pilot is proof that putting transit and people first works. Now is the time to build a citywide surface transit priority network. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aaron. And are there any questions for Mr. Aaron? Okay, seeing none, I'll thank you very much for being here and for your deputation. Ashley Tolas, Nolan's Jazz Bar.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm from Nolan's Jazz Bar. My family has owned and operated 2 King Street businesses, restaurants, within the last 30 years. We understand the importance of transit and moving people throughout the city, but we believe the pilot, with modifications, can be successful for all Torontonians, tourists, and businesses. We are recommending a 1-year pilot with lifting the restrictions from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. 7 days per week, a compromise which, Mr. Tory, you entertained at a meeting we had a little while back. I am not here to debate whether or not our businesses are suffering, because I know that they are. In fact, according to the transit report on page 21, restaurant spending has decreased on King Street by 1.2% with the implementation of the pilot project. The business license cancellation rate in 2016 in the pilot area was 9%. In 2018, it was 11%. This is an increase in cancellation rates by 25%. I asked council to find out what the business license cancellation rates would be for 2019 at this time. We need to come to an agreement that these cancellation rates are an obvious result of the pilot. Meanwhile, our rental rates, property taxes, and operating costs are all astronomical and continue to rise. We are paying a premium to be in a tourist area that is unfriendly to tourists. The transit report has dismissed our recommendations for lifting the restrictions between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m., even though, according to page 31 of their report, the 504 streetcar only services 13% of its daily ridership during this time. King Street can be used much more effectively during this time to service the local businesses, allowing motor vehicle traffic to access the area without inconveniencing 87% of daily riders. This would be a tremendous compromise for all the parties invested. The transit report states concern to public safety surrounding curbside uses and cafes around motor vehicle traffic. It should then be equally, if not more, concerned for large, oversized streetcars operating within arm's reach. The permanent relocation of streetcar loading zones back to their original location will remedy any additional concerns regarding the merging traffic. Furthermore, electronic signage will clarify the traffic rules. When my family started this restaurant 30 years ago, we did not know that one day we would have to defend being on King Street. When members of council state this project is a complete success, we must defend our employees and our livelihoods. The project has turned into an unwanted conflict between business owner and transit rider. While it was important to address the transit concerns of the local residents, this project has made no regard for the 43 million people visiting Toronto every year. 60% of our clients reside in the GTA and abroad. Their accessibility has been drastically restricted. Over the weekend, I was able to generate a list of 1,000 people expressing frustration for the project and their displeasure in the decay of society, of the area. This list continues to grow. I listened to my patrons. These 1,000 people want City Council to listen to a compromise, a one-year pilot of unrestricted access from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., 7 days per week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Ms. Tolles? All right, seeing no questions, I'll thank you very much for your deputation. Al Carboni. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
And I'm waiting for Ashley, and I got to settle in.
Oh, I see, sure. All right, we'll start again then. We'll start the clock again.
Hi. I've also been on King Street for 40 years. I took out a lease in 1980 for 20 years. I started with nothing, very humble beginnings. I'll show you what I had to deal with. This is the back door of the Kit Kat. And I started with very little. I was a hot dog vendor on the sidewalk till I got kicked off the street. Kit Kat over the years has become internationally renowned, known, and popular. We get people from all over the world. Our most recent and biggest star we've had in a while has been Sting, and he's in that play, The Last Ship. The Last Ship is very, very comparable to GM, and it's very comparable to the decline and the loss of businesses on King Street. We related very, very well. 17 restaurants have closed, and another 3 are going to close at the end of August. That'll be 20 restaurants. We all employ 30, 40, 50 people each. That's a lot of jobs, Mayor Tory. And I've been hearing since January 2018 that you realize you need to bring business back to King Street. So far, we haven't seen any increase in business on King Street. Some people have a patio, some people don't. It's 10 patios in the 3 kilometer stretch. And a couple of people that do have been bonused with 90-foot frontage of a patio. We don't have any space for handicapped people to park their car, go into a restaurant. It's not working very well, this pilot project, and I'm totally against it, but you're going to hear from my colleagues like Ashley and other people that are going to speak that we want a compromise. The compromise, we're not stopping the project. We want a compromise. We want to work with you. We've been waiting since November the 12th for some kind of reason. And we want to employ people. We're closing 3 hours early. We used to close our kitchen at 12:30 in the evenings every day. And now we're closing at 9:30, sometimes earlier. And I've been here so long, I don't even know what I want to say anymore. But it's not working, and we need a compromise. And that's a lot of jobs we've lost so far. And for another permanent year and a half or 2 years, it's going to be more closures. We can't have a ghost town down there, which it is right now, and it's terrible. The feel of the street is gone. People walk by, keep on walking. People that take the transit is still not more reliable than it was.
I'll have to ask you to wrap up shortly, very shortly.
Well, you know, we've been waiting a year and a half, and we get 3 minutes.
Yep.
And that's not fair either, because there's so much to talk about.
Okay, well, on that note, I think we'll have to, because we do have a limit.
Yeah, okay.
Gave you
I
an
just
extra
want to
minute.
bring to your attention
Yeah.
this group, this photo. That's Milton Nunes and his boys. There's a GoFundMe page. Milton was one of the people that started against the King Street pilot, and there's many articles on all of us that were opposing the King Street pilot. He has a picture of you in the restaurant with empty tables around you, waiting for your wife one night. We didn't circulate that picture. And now Milton has passed away. And I'd like to bring it to your attention that I'd like to help his family, and I've been telling all our colleagues to help the GoFundMe page to raise some money for his children.
Okay, thank you for mentioning that here today. Are there questions of the deputy? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just one question. Did I hear you correctly that that you said that because of the streetcar and because of the pilot that you haven't been able to have a patio, or do you have a patio?
I don't have the patio in front. Ashley does not have.
You don't have it because you don't want to, or?
Well, it's a combination. We need loading zone. What are you smirking at? We need a loading zone in front of where I am. It's close to the corner. She's next door to me, and she can't get one. I can't get one. District can't get one. Nolans is Ashley. Gabby's, they have one. And now you're going to give 90 feet to La Fenice, and that's the only patio on King Street?
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification of your comment.
Yeah, we don't have one.
You don't have one, okay.
Other questions of the deputy? All right, well, Mr. Carboni, thank you very much for being here today. Brenda Bent is next. Ms. Bent, thank you for coming. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Brenda Bent, and I'm the co-owner of Lee Restaurant, located on King West, just east of Bathurst. I have actually come here with the hope of putting a face to a name that I might persuade you to consider things from our side. It seems that so many of us have just been cast as faceless, the owners of businesses along King West, or worse, greedy owners that want it all, or worse yet, our establishments suck, and that's why our business is down. We personally have been on King West for 19 years, and up until a year ago, we had 2 restaurants. We had Frings, which was at 455 King West, and it was run by my 2 sons. Frings closed last year as it could not weather the storm, and to be entirely honest, I never really thought that this pilot project, as it was rolled out, would be the final product. Surely to God, a mayor like yourself, Mr. Tory, who ran on a platform of business friendly, would not throw us under the bus, pun intended. At Frings, we employed 85 people. At Lee, we employ 90. And at Kidley and First Canadian Place, we employ 25. We live and work in the mega ward of Mr. Cressy, and we have 5 voting members in our family. And in fact, I voted for you, Mr. Cressy, because I believe in the basic principles of the NDP party. We seek compassionate, caring society servicing the needs of us all. With this in mind, though, I ask, what about my needs? And what about my fellow small business owners? And what about the people that bought the condos around there thinking that they were part of a vibrant neighborhood? The data put out states that business is down 1.2%, but this is simply not true. It's not. And in 2008, our sales fell 15%, and you cannot, in the name of fairness, cherry pick your stats. Now, some business owners state that they haven't been affected by this, and in fact, they're doing better. And I'm happy for them, but they do not represent the majority. The second reason I'm here is that I'm very upset that during this process, those of us that have dared to speak out or shown their anger or frustration have been demonized by many of you. And many of you have had a hand in that. And the way in which social media was mobilized to throw rocks at the complainers was shameful, frankly. When people dared to post anything negative about our newly found ghost town under the hashtag King Street Pilot, they were trolled and shamed. And yet 90% of the time when I clicked on the bio of those criticizing us, they were private, which I know from my kids, that's not a good sign. I believe that we are good people, we run businesses, we pay our taxes, we employ hundreds of people, and yet to not be able to speak out and tell our side seems draconian. And to be honest, it felt quite organized. The third and most important reason I'm here is for deciding to speak is the idea of compromise. Again, compromise seems to me to speak to the heart of most of our values, as you and the city seem to have gone into this project with zero intention of compromise. In fact, the very idea that we are here speaking seems maddening because it seems like everybody's mind is already made up. So I really want you to consider a compromise, and I'd like to know why there isn't a compromise. Why? I mean, one of the reasons I read that there wasn't a compromise was that ridership is up in the evenings as well. Again, this is simply not true. I'd like to invite all of you, every one of you sitting here, to come to my bar, I'm buying, and sit there at 7 o'clock and watch empty streetcars roll by. It's not true. It doesn't make sense. It has to work for us all. And I think when you have a restaurant like ours that's an establishment, and I'm telling you, and I've spoken to, you know, the Bucas, the Foreign Culturas, the people down at my end, why aren't you coming? They just feel there's no hope, that you're not really listening.
On that note, I'll have to ask you to conclude.
Yes.
But I thank you very much for coming. Are there questions of the deputy? Okay, Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor, do you have a question?
Thank you. Hi. Thank you very much for your presentation, ma'am. I just wonder if you can just state the compromise that you're seeking.
The same as Al and Nolans have said, the 777. I think it's simple and easy to facilitate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Behrouz Kamesh, no, Kamseh, I'm sorry, Behrouz Kamseh. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You have 3 minutes to talk, and then there may be some questions.
3 or 5?
3 minutes. Yeah, we made passed a motion. I wish I could make an exception for you. You seem very friendly, but we had a rule because we had 50 people to hear from, so you have 3 minutes.
All right, I tried to do my best in 3 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Behrouz Kamseh, and I'm from the taxi industry, and I am a driver, owner, brokerage owner, and I also represent all taxi owners and operators in the city of Toronto. Today I'm over here to talk about a few things. First of all, I read the report that came out, and there was a a few recommendations that I take a look in there, and I saw a few things that I need to discuss. One of them is the number of the minutes that apparently it was mentioned over here that make a huge saving. So I read the number. It's a huge number. It's 30,000 minutes is going to be saving per day for 84,000 riders. Great numbers, huge numbers. You show that to anybody, they'll say, my God, this is huge. But when you divide the number of the riders to the number of the minutes, you only come up with the 2.8 minutes saving per day. So let's talk about the economic value of the 2.8 minutes per day saving. 2.8 minutes saving. If you add them all together, if you guys think that this is a huge saving overall, then I think you could use the data in many different ways. I can prove to you guys that if you want a true study of this data, at the end of the day, I can prove that about 1,080 people are going to end up losing their jobs because of this saving. You guys saying that 2.8 minutes make a huge saving in this city? I just sent one of the guys over here to go to the washroom and come back. It took 3 minutes. 3 minutes to go to washroom and come back. So, I'd like to give you another number. We've been shut out of driving at the King Street for a while. We can't go through the King Street. There is 5,500 taxis in this city. Average week, we can say, about 3 runs that we are missing in this area. We are talking about 165,000 runs per week. If you add up the number of the runs that are about $10 each, you're going to end up with about $660,000 per month, something around $8.9 million per year. If you want to talk about the economic value, what about the economic value of this side that we're losing money? Now, and also, the other thing that is important is that when people come into this city, they don't know about the King Street. They're staying at the hotel and they get into a cab and they ask the taxi driver, take me to this address on King Street. You end up dancing around the King Street. The customer gets into the car. They get furious. They get upset. They're starting asking questions. They get in doubt that if you are taking them around, for a ride. And then I have to explain to them what's going on. And they look at us, what's going on?
All right, Mr. Kamsay, on that note, I'll have to thank you. We're at 4 minutes now, so we've gone halfway to 5. And I appreciate your submissions as a cab driver. Is there a question for Mr. Kamsay? All right, well, seeing none, I'll thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your submissions.
Thank you.
Sukhvir Thethi. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody.
You have 3 minutes, and then there may be some questions.
Yeah, my name is Sukhvir Thethi. I came to Canada in 1991, started driving taxi in 93. And I am in taxi business. There are 2 kinds of drivers. Some are sitting and waiting for the fare, and some are cruisers. And I'm a cruiser. What I mean to say, I drive around, I pick up the fare and drop the fares. I don't wait anywhere. So King Street was one of the area where I cruised most, because I got most of my fares from there. And since this King Street project, I cannot cruise there anymore, and my income has gone down. And I'm not only a taxi driver, I'm a certified psychotherapist. I'm a member of Ontario College of Social Workers and Social Service Workers. So what I'm trying to say, this is not only the statistics can say one thing and human observation says something else. And my observation is this project has impacted taxi industry very badly. Not only taxi industry, but the people who are coming to the city like visitors or the tourists and travelers, when they come in the taxi and they see the taxi cannot go straight to the line where they want to go to King Street, they get frustrated or they get very upset about it. But anyways, leaving all those things behind. Another thing I want to make a point is that when we have our resources limited, what do? We try to maximize the use. So King Street is of a resource. And what we have done, the city has done, they have minimized the resource by just TTC going over there. So we should not only minimize the resources, the use, we should try to maximize. If we cannot maximize, if we maximize it become like a chaos, then we should try to calibrate our resources or calibrate the uses. So what the city has done from maximize use to the minimize use. So what I would like to request you, that city should look into this area, allowing taxis to operate on King Street 24/7 in a calibrated manner. They see if it is impacting the flow of the TTC vehicle or not, or how much it impacted. As my friend told already, a passenger is saving only 3 minutes on a ride, which is not a huge number. Anybody who's taking TTC or relying on TTC, he or she is not very, not looking at the very efficient way of moving around. The people who look at moving efficiently, they're using very different ways of transportation. So I would request City Council and the Mayor, let these taxis operate 24/7 on King Street and see how impact the TTC movement. That's my request. And I hope you all can, the another point is, then
Just final point, Mr. Theddy.
What's that?
Final point. We're just at 3 minutes now, so.
Oh, thank you very much.
Final point, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just see if there's a question for you.
Any questions?
Okay,
Sorry.
no, I think we're not having any questions, but we do appreciate your submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tony Alanis, Ontario Restaurant, Ontario. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Pasternak has a question.
So you're quite familiar with the existing rules. What do you see as a potential amendment or adjustment or compromise on the existing rules for the taxi industry?
I didn't get your question, sir. Say again.
What do you see as an acceptable amendment or change to the existing rules acceptable to the taxi industry?
I would like to see the taxi should be allowed 24/7.
24/7?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Thank you again, Mr. Theddy. Tony Alanis, Ontario Restaurant, Hotel and Motel Association. Good afternoon, sir. I think you've been here enough times, you know the rules. There's 3 minutes today, and we thank you for your submission.
I say good morning, but it's good afternoon. Mayor Tory and Executive Committee members. My name is Tony Lennis, CEO and President of the Ontario Restaurant Hotel Motel Association. I'm here realizing the pilot is in the process of becoming permanent. But there is an essential element this committee and the entire council must recognize. If it's part of the plan to accept collateral damage, I do not agree with it, but I comprehend the reasoning. But I do hope the decision to make this permanent in its current state is mainly due to not having the accurate spending data to support the shortfalls being experienced by King Street restaurants. If business is as good as it's stated by the city report, why would operators and owners raise concerns that their sales are down? Why would many of them offer to open their books? 17 restaurants closed down since the pilot began, and more are planning to not renew their leases. Perhaps these voices are not tangible, not measurable, and can be viewed as emotional. Thus, let's look at the measurable facts. Take a closer look at the city's own staff report. The staff report on page 21 states, restaurant spending appears to have decreased on King Street by 1.2%. Restaurant sales also experienced lower growth in both the surrounding areas and citywide, and the lower growth cannot entirely be attributed to the pilot, it's the trend. Now, the top of page 22 shows a graph with actual year-on-year spending changes in percentages. Total City of Toronto restaurants are down 3.6%. Restaurants in the surrounding area of King Street are down 3.9%. King Street restaurants are down 7.1% from a year ago, representing a 45% decline in spending than experienced in the surrounding area, and close to 50% higher decline when compared to citywide restaurant spending. Ladies and gentlemen, in a thin margin industry, the King Street year-on-year decreases represent significant drop when comparing to the other areas. Yet, it is undermined and understated in the staff report by stating that the decrease is simply only 1.2% and mentioning that it's alignment with other lower growth trends. These are the city's own data acquired from only one credit card provider. The other providers do penetrate a good share. The largest share of the restaurant spending transactions are not included in the staff report. We understand the importance of transit and moving people throughout the city. We believe the pilot, with modifications, can be successful for all Torontonians, tourists, and business. We are recommending a one-year pilot with lifting restrictions from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., 7 days a week. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Lennis. Are there questions of the deputy? I just had one. Are you aware, were there instances of your members on King Street who were offered patios, because this came up earlier on, and turned them down?
I have been aware of that, yes.
You're aware that there were people who were offered patios and turned it down?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions by anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Hamish Wilson.
Yeah, well, it's nice to have something very cost-effective happen to boost transit. I think the figure is 1.5 million for 12,000 new riders, something like that. I could be wrong. Certainly when you contrast that, there was an editorial in the Star. If the Scarborough subway extension gets built and gets new riders, it'll be at a cost of about 1.5 million for a new rider. So clearly, this King Street project has a lot of good for transit. However, I think it's pretty harsh on the communities. Our core roads are actually fairly narrow in some ways relative to the incredible pressures and demands of the people movement and pressures through on the east-west basis. So quite honestly, you know, having the streets so turned over, it's good, relatively speaking, but I think the real fixes are subways in the core. This didn't get to talk to this too much in the previous deputation, but this is from 1957. We're talking about this little bit of relief south here. There's relief north. There's relief west all the way out to Islington from 1957. We need to be building and planning for subways in the actual core. There's an incredible amount of travel demand east-west, a pinch point at the base of High Park. And so, excuse me, that's what we should be doing. There's one option from 2002, followed by the TDC coming up with something when they were dreaming about a relief project. They went down through King Street. That's the sort of thing that we should really be thinking of for a long-term, a better fix that's fairer to the communities here. Because quite honestly, with respect to the restaurateurs, they put in an awful lot of hours. They do employ people. It is life on the street. There's always going to be they are life on the street. There's always going to be a tension between the people that want to go through an area and those that want to actually use the space for it being a place. Now, the West Waterfront LRT actually had an interesting thing of a direct route in along Front Street for effective transit. They also suggested that the King Street, using a King Street Clearway in 1993, I guess, wasn't that effective compared with more robust transit options. since we have so much difficulty in actually building things appropriately for transit, I suggested a reversible transit way along the lines of the downtown relief line. This would be a bigger spend, but it'd be much more cost-effective, I think, than the Scarborough subway. But doing a one-way reversible transit way in along front, looping back on Queen or King. Hopefully we can manage to do something that actually is fair to everybody. Perhaps the compromise as proposed by the restaurateurs of having an end of the pilot from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. might actually be effective. I don't know. The one thing that, from a transit point of view, though, do not allow the TIFF people to actually close King Street. This is make sure that the transit rolls all the way through unimpeded during the film festival. It's totally wrong to deflect the transit when the film festival's on.
So, are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, thanks again, Mr. Wilson. Next is Todd Hoffley from the Liberty Village Residents Association.
Hey. Hi, my name is Todd Hoffley, and I'm the president of the Liberty Village Residents Association. We represent over 11,000 residents living in and around Liberty Village. Liberty Village is an unparalleled success story in downtown Toronto, one half residential, one half employment zone, with lots of incredible retail in between. It's a unique neighborhood with that's full of empty nesters, millennial techies, creative strategists, thousands of furry friends we call dogs, and increasingly hundreds of children and families. Not to mention the more than 600 businesses and 11,000 employees that work and commute to Liberty Village. If you like the Raptors, the TFC, the Argos, the CNE, the Toronto Wolfpack, Universal Music, Live Nation Concerts, Beanfield Metro Connect, or many others, you know of our neighborhood, and we welcome you to it. But this success, this growth, and this increased density hasn't been easy. Under the weight of this success and struggling to continue the momentum, we have been transit starved. We currently have 9 more condominiums under construction that will add another 3,500 units and 6,000 residents, all within the next 2 years and all on 2 city blocks. And this doesn't even include the tremendous volume of commercial construction and employment growth that is happening on the west side of Liberty Village. This new residential construction will generate almost $30 million in municipal land transfer tax and will contribute more than $14 million yearly in residential property tax, and all of these residents will use a single-lane artery to get into and out of their home. It is no surprise, then, that most of us use transit, cycling, and walking as our primary mode of transportation. Thankfully, this new car-free way of living, a standard echoed in truly world-class cities around the world, is being acknowledged by developers. It's now normal to have 500 cycling spaces and only 150 car parking spaces in these developments, when only 5 short years ago it was the inverse. In this context, and with regard to this level and speed of change and density which we love and which we thrive within, getting around the city in a timely manner is essential. Reliable transit is not a luxury for us, it is a necessity for our lives, for our livelihoods, and for the businesses that we work for. Over the past year, prioritizing transit from Bathurst to Jarvis has reached far beyond those boundaries and makes traveling within Toronto's core exponentially easier, faster, and efficient. What used to be a guessing game when it came to catching a streetcar with regular 25-minute waits in the freezing cold alongside hundreds of your neighbors has now become a consistent delivery of service every 3 to 5 minutes, saving many people 20 minutes each way or more and significantly improving their lives. The King Street pilot has provided us, finally, with a fast and reliable means to get to work, to take our children to school and daycare, to go out in the entertainment and King West districts, to see a show, have dinner, shop, and visit family and friends. It is our lifeline, with transformational being the one word most used to describe the positive impact it's had.
Mr. Hoffley, I know it's City Hall math, but 6 really means 3 there because it's 2 times 3. So your 3 minutes are just up now if you could just wrap up.
Okay. Okay. We acknowledge that there's a small minority upon whom this has had a less positive effect. As many of us are entrepreneurs as well, we appreciate that every small business is a dream, and it's always a difficult task in leadership roles to balance whose dreams take precedence. We do hope that the city can work with these few businesses to improve their outcomes and their business practices, but it also needs to be noted that new businesses are opening along King Street, with Mascot Brewery just announcing yesterday that they're taking over the former site of Los Colibris. So clearly, entrepreneurs see opportunity here if you want to adapt, innovate, and evolve with the neighborhood and city.
I'll thank you on that note because we've just gone to the 7th minute, so thank you very much.
Cool.
There may be some questions. All right, there aren't any questions, but thank you very much for your deputation. That brings us to Anna Lermer. Ms. Lermer, thank you for coming.
Thanks. In addition to my short deputation, I have a couple of videos from folks who wanted to come to Depute but couldn't
Well,
make it.
I tell you, we can certainly show that if it's within the 3 minutes, because we have to be fair to everybody. So, so you go ahead and take
Okay,
the time as
I'll
you
do
wish.
my best.
Show videos or do anything you want. Well, within reason. Thank you.
Dear members of the Executive Committee, my name is Anna and I'm here on behalf of TTC Riders, a membership-based group of transit riders that want to see better, more affordable TTC service in Toronto. We work to give a voice to over 1.7 million daily transit riders. I'm also here with a group of businesses and organizations, over 30, that make up the King for All Coalition. And the list of folks supporting this pilot project is growing. And we represent over 60,000 residents, 600 small businesses, and 10,000 employees collectively. And although not all of them could make it today, many submitted letters of support, and they are all behind the King Street pilot and making it permanent and improving it for the future of the neighborhood and transit in the area. And just to name a couple, the Garment District, Parkdale, Liberty Village, and St. Lawrence and more residents associations, the Liberty Village BIA, Comtech Fire Credit Union, which is right on King Street, KBH Interior Design, which is also on King Street, Good Foot Delivery, which makes deliveries along King, and students, so both the continuing education and undergrad students unions at Ryerson, and the list goes on. So many people see this project as a success and want to support it and see it made permanent. And I'm also pleased to express TTC Riders' support for the King Street pilot and staff recommendations to make it permanent on King. As a key transit corridor moving more people than the Shepherd Subway and the Scarborough RT, King Street must provide fast and reliable option for people to travel around our city. And transit riders who use the King Street corridor have been waiting a long time for better transit, and we're thrilled that the King Street pilot has exceeded our expectations. Maybe I don't have, never mind. I have some quotes, but I won't share them. I'll now show the video. But just before I do that, another thing is we want to see it replicated across the city. This is a low-cost solution to giving transit priority and moving so many people faster in our city. And when we have limited resources to build big projects and they won't come for 10 or 15 years, it's a way that we can move people in the inner suburbs on our busy bus network faster and more reliably at a low cost. And so we really want to see the King Street pilot as a first step to that happening across the city.
Okay, just now, before you start the video, how long is it? Because
it's like 2 minutes, but.
Oh, okay, well, because I told you, I have to be respectful of all the other people.
I'm happy to show just the first two.
If you want to just show 1 minute of it, if we can get it cranked up quickly, because we have to be fair to everybody.
Good morning, members of the Executive Committee. My name is Matt Welk, and I'm a resident in the Bathurst and Shepherd area of North York. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak about this. I'd like to ask that the King Street pilot be voted to be made permanent. It has definitely improved the quality of my life. I work downtown in the Distillery District, and that means that my journey to work by TTC takes about 1 hour and 10 minutes on average. And I take the 84 bus, then I go south on line 1, and then I take the streetcar east. And the streetcar is by far the least stressful part of my journey.
Good morning, members of the Executive. My name is Samantha Jardine, and I'm a resident, a grade 1-2 teacher, and a mother. and an active member of the King West Village in Ward 10. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Today, I am here to speak about the King Street pilot and advocate to make it permanent. The King Street pilot started when I was in the middle of my mat leave. As a new mom with only transit and walking as a means to get around, the pilot improved my life immensely. New streetcars meant that I can get on and off without assistance and risk hurting myself and my baby. The increased reliability and speed meant that I could get to appointments on time and with less stress. King is now my preferred route to travel. If we want a city that is welcoming and inclusive of families, we have to make changes with families in mind.
All right, I think we'll just stop it there, and we thank you very much for your deputation and for the video. Any questions of the deputy? Yeah, Councillor Thompson had a question for you.
Hi, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Do you participate and frequent any of the restaurants on King Street?
Me? Yes, I was actually at Cali Love last week. And I've been to, several of the restaurants down there.
As part of the advocacy and I understand your support for the King Street program and so on, I'm just wondering if yourself and maybe some of the people who are on the videos and so on, whether or not there's an advocacy to ensure that we can support the restaurants to ensure that they can also flourish.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've been working hard. We ran a contest in the fall to encourage folks on the TTC to use their 2-hour transfer abilities to visit restaurants and discover new places on King Street to go visit. So we've done a lot of that work. We also are supportive of King Street Eats, which is a local initiative by 2 residents who we're visiting restaurants on a weekly basis and bringing people in. So we're definitely supportive of businesses, and we know of many that feel as though it hasn't impacted them at all, and some that feel as though it's been really positive. We've also heard from staff of a lot of businesses that it's easier for them to get to work and they're less stressed at work, and so that's something that I think needs to be shared as well. So
sure.
Yeah, but definitely.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thompson. And I don't see any other questions, so I'll thank you very much for your deputation, Ms. Lermer. And we'll move to Neil Desai. Good afternoon, Mr. Desai. You have 3 minutes, and thank you for coming.
Thank you. My name is Neil Desai. I'm a resident of the St. Lawrence neighborhood. I'm also a board member at Belmont House and a consultant at Deloitte. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to talk about the King Street pilot and advocate for it to be made permanent. The issue matters to me because I want to live in a world-class city. A world-class city at its core is made of communities that care for one another. They're always looking to improve the lives of one another, and they're always thinking about the future and what is sustainable. The King Street pilot has brought back a sense of community to the area. I now look forward to walk on King Street. I now look up. I now look at others and notice the beauty around me. When I think about the future of this city, it reminds me of a quote from last year's Innovation X conference. Innovation means making it easy to do the right thing. The King Street pilot has been that kind of innovation. A low capital cost, a community-directed approach to problem solving, and one that has statistically shown benefits across the board. Toronto is a world-class city. This is especially a time when we need to be bold, we need to be courageous, and we need to be aspirational. We need to make the King Street pilot permanent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Desai. Are there questions of the deputy? Okay, well, thank you very much for your patience and for coming to speak to us. Mr. Cahoon, we heard from earlier. So that brings us to Candace Leung, 880 Cities.
Good afternoon, members of the Executive Committee, Mayor Tory, and thank you very much for letting me have the time to speak to you all today. I'm here to speak in support of the King Street pilot and making it permanent. My name is Candace. I'm a project coordinator with the non-for-profit Toronto-based organization 880 Cities. Our office is located a short block from the King Street Transit Priority Corridor, and over time we've seen the area improve immensely. We are an organization that strives to make cities better for everyone, and we're very much driven by the philosophy that if something in any aspect in a city works for an 8-year-old and an 80-year-old, it's likely to work for everyone, and that's kind of the approach that we take and undermines all of our analysis of city building. 880 Cities is also one of the 32 groups that are a part of the King for All Coalition. Anna mentioned this, but the King for All Coalition is made up of various groups, associations, and 6 residency associations. When the pilot was first implemented, we all pledged in solidarity to at least see it through, to see where it comes and how the data turns out. Well, the data's in, and the details in the executive report speaks volumes to the success of this project. But in addition to the numbers and the statistics in that report, our personal and lived experiences traveling along King Street have changed for the better. The King Street pilot has set bold precedents for the way Toronto can be innovative. Different parts of the city are jammed each day with traffic, putting road users in scary and dangerous positions. The pilot has changed that for King Street. It showed us that public transportation can be efficient without costing billions of dollars or waiting a lifetime. I also would like to express my appreciation to city staff, the parks people, Ryerson City Building Institute, and all the amazing volunteers that have worked effortlessly to study this project and make that data and information accessible for anyone. I think that is a really key lesson learned from this project in terms of good, transparent planning and city building processes that we can replicate in the future. Prioritizing transit through bold and innovative means like the King Street pilot is the right choice for our city. Since the pilot, King Street feels a lot safer, less congested, and generally more beautiful. In addition to the data-driven conclusions from the executive report, my experience walking and commuting along King and seeing more faces and people using sustainable modes of transportation, interacting with the public realm, are what makes this project a huge success for me, in my opinion. In closing, I'd like to thank you all for your time, and I encourage you to support the city staff recommendation and make the King Street pilot permanent. But furthermore, I'd also like to challenge you all to think about what transit priority means in the city moving forward in different communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the deputation. Are there questions of the deputy? Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. Ms. Lung, 880 Cities, an organization. How large is it?
We're about 9 people.
How many?
9 people.
9 people, okay. I'd asked the question before. I wondered what you and others, and the 9 people are part of your organization, what are you doing to support the restaurants on King Street? And are you advocating, or will you advocate to ensure that more people actually go to the restaurants to support the restaurants and businesses along King Street?
For sure. I mean, it's an undeniable aspect of this project is addressing the business factor and the economic factor with that. The organization itself, being so closely located to King Street, it's a prime destination for us to frequent, not only for restaurants, but the entertainment district. Sure. Yeah. It provides a great opportunity for us to go out as a group, team building, and things like that. But furthermore, with the King Street for All Coalition, we're partnering with organizations that we wouldn't normally partner with. So the King Street pilot has very much been an opportunity for us to come together and organize and support the King Street for various reasons, businesses, entertainment, and things like that together.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thompson. And other questions for the deputy? Well, thank you very much for being here today. Mohammed Reza Hosseinian. Mohammed Reza Hosseinian. Is that you, sir? No. No. Okay. Derek Moran. I haven't seen Derek. Okay. Is he here all day? Hasn't been here all day. No. Larry Lebovich, City Taxi.
I read the first time. Lebovich.
Yeah. Okay. Lebovich. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. We have 3 minutes set aside for you, and then there may be some questions.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Larry Labovich. I'm here representing City Taxi, one of Toronto's largest taxi brokerages. I suggest we have a Taxis on King Street pilot project. As you no doubt know, Toronto's taxi industry has been decimated by the unfair policies of the previous City Council that had promised us a level playing field but failed to follow through. These policies have taken away the livelihood of people who committed to a higher standard of professional taxi of a professional taxi driver, turning a once thriving industry into a desperate and neglected group of men and women. This is a chance to give us a small advantage over the Uber hordes that illegally invaded Toronto and strangled the city's core with over 70,000 vehicles operating at various times. Uber is a large contributing factor to the traffic chaos that we find ourselves in, and yet the City of Toronto does nothing to control them. Once again, I make this Taxis on King Street a pilot project. You have the numbers now and how long it takes to get a streetcar from one end of the project to the other. Allow Taxis on King Street, and after an appropriate amount of time, check those numbers again. If the unlimited taxis have adversely affected the times, then we can scale it back and allow only taxis with passengers in them to use the King Street corridor. Once again, after an appropriate amount of time, check the numbers again. Taxis are a mode of public transportation, just like streetcars. Why shouldn't we be given a little consideration? This would also be good for the businesses and restaurants along the corridor, knowing their customers could arrive or walk out and flag a taxi. We're not asking for much, just a chance to survive. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions of the deputy? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Next is April Engelberg. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
3 minutes, and there may be some questions after that. Thank you very much for coming.
Dear members of the Executive Committee, my name is April Engelberg. I live, work, and spend most of my time around the King Street pilot. I ride the King streetcar almost every day. I was a candidate for Toronto City Council this past election in Spadina-Fort York, Ward 10, and came in second place. I spent dozens of mornings canvassing at King streetcar stops and spoke with thousands of residents about the King Street pilot. It's with this experience that I'm advocating to make the King Street pilot permanent, make certain improvements, extend the relief line west of University, and create a stop on the Union Pearson Express at Liberty Village. I think it's terrific that the city took a bold stance on prioritizing transit in the downtown core. The pilot increased ridership capacity and made travel times more consistent. Ridership increased and will continue to increase at rapid rates since population in the surrounding area, Ward 10, is growing at approximately 8% per year, 4 times faster than any other ward in Toronto. The pilot is key in keeping up with ridership demand. I have the following suggestions to improve the King Street pilot. Increase King streetcars during rush hours. There's significant overcrowding on the King streetcar. Several packed streetcars still pass us each morning until we're able to board one. Install Presto tap machines at streetcar stops. Overcrowding makes it physically difficult to pay as you're boarding a streetcar, and the new streetcars have the highest rate of fare evasion on the TTC at 18.6%. Move art installations off the road. I suggest replacing these zones with wider sidewalks, designated pickup and drop-off zones, and safe space for bikes. Improve traffic lights and signage. The King Street pilot is still confusing to drivers who often drive straight through intersections where it's not permitted. Where appropriate, I suggest marking the green light streetcar only and marking a separate right turn only light for vehicles. I also suggest making the advanced light for pedestrians instead of cars, in line with Vision Zero. There are approximately 10 times more pedestrians than cars on King Street. The King Street pilot demonstrates very strong ridership demand for the relief line to extend west of University. The 504 King streetcar has higher ridership than the Sheppard subway line, the 2017 Yonge University subway extension to Vaughan, and projected Scarborough subway ridership. The extreme population growth around the King Street pilot area means it will be critically over capacity in the years to come. I ask that you take this data from the pilot to advocate for extending the relief line west of University. Our growing ward cannot afford inaction. Lastly, I ask that City Council recommends creating a stop on the Union Pearson Express at Liberty Village at the approved King Liberty Smart Track stop. The UP Express has the capacity to alleviate congestion on the King streetcar. Thank you very much for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you for your deputation, Ms. Engelberg. Are there questions of the deputy? Okay, thank you very much.
And also, I have a longer version that I'd like to pass up to you guys.
Sure, that's great. We're happy to have that. Thank you so much. Next is Janice Solomon from the Toronto Entertainment District BIA. It is your turn, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee and visiting Councillor Cressy. I'm Janice Solomon, Executive Director of the Toronto Entertainment District BIA, and we support the city's hard work on improving our transit system and for recognizing the importance of the 504 streetcar. We all agree that improvements to the movement of people, goods, and services is critical to our continued growth and economic prosperity in downtown Toronto. The BIA would also like you to consider what has been presented here today by a number of people, the one-year evening pilot after 7 p.m. And this will allow us to continue the study of the traffic movement and the restaurant sales while allowing customers a one-year adjustment period to a new way of exploring King Street. Over the past year, the BIA has retained a consultant to provide us with a review of the city pilot data. Because the city originally published sales data in aggregate form and did not break out the restaurant category, we offered to cost share with the city on obtaining sales data so we could look at the sales comparisons specific to restaurants from University to Bathurst Street. Currently, there's a total of 90 restaurants in that strip. We did not receive a response on this request, which delayed our ability to seek the data on our own. We were not made aware that the city had data from Moneris and other sources until we saw the report last week. We would like to do an analysis of the data, but unfortunately it cannot be released. Again, it's very important for us to understand the disparity between the operators and what they're experiencing and what the city data is stating. With the new electronic intersection signs, it is very clear that there should be a permanent no left turn signal to be shown, and the through signal could be turned off at 7 p.m. The city now has an opportunity to consider a one-year evening pilot to further study traffic movement and restaurant sales. This not only allows customers to transition, but it also allows the BIA and the city to better understand what the real factors are impacting small businesses. Our BIA would be interested in financially supporting the data collection and analysis by cost sharing with the city during this one-year evening pilot. The original objectives of the pilot included economic impacts, public realm improvements, and the TO core plan included King Street as a retail street. Currently, there is an absence of information on the public realm design. You would not approve a development without reviewing their site plans. We need to get excited about the future of King Street. We need to understand that the city has plans to make the street spectacular. We are at a moment in time where development activity and transit improvements are changing the landscape. This change is inevitable and it's for the better. With that in mind, it only makes sense to agree to this evening pilot to allow for further study while allowing customers to transition and public realm designs to take shape.
And I will have to ask you to wrap up on that note.
We want to be excited about King Street, and we want to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the 3 minutes passed by there, and we gave a little extra. Councillor Francis Nunziata had a question.
Yeah. So it's my understanding that the city has worked with the BIA on obtaining that data, and that you just mentioned that you hired a consultant to do a study in the past year. So has that information not been shared with the city?
The specifics to restaurant sales data was not something I was aware of that the city had. So we had offered that we cost share with the city to obtain that data so that both of us could look at that data together. And I was not given a real response from the city. I was as recently as this morning. But that sales data is not available to us.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of the deputy? I have one. You obviously cover the waterfront in terms of a lot of the people that we've heard from and some that aren't here today. I gather there were some efforts made by some of the different organizations, some of whom have spoken today and not, others not, to have dinners and lunches and so forth, and that there were some members of your organization who refused to participate in those. Is that true?
I'm not sure I heard.
There were lunches and dinners and other kinds of things in an effort to try and create interest on the street and get people to come for meals and so forth that were organized by some of the groups that, frankly, some of them were supportive of the pilot and others were just people who were in the community. And I gather there were some members of the BIA who refused to participate in those kinds of things that were meant to help them. I just didn't know if you'd had a discussion about that at your BIA.
I'm not fully sure about that, except that I know that one of the programs, Ritual, would not have necessarily been applicable to some.
But that's okay. If you don't know, it's no problem at all. Thank you. Other questions? Okay. We then go to Kevin Rupasinghe. Good afternoon, sir. Are you going to hook up that laptop or?
Yep, I just need a second.
Okay. All right, we have 3 minutes for you, sir. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for having me today. My name is Kevin Rupasinghe. I'm a resident of King Street. I was going to go through a few different opportunities to improve the pilot, but I don't think I'll have quite as much time. Things like keeping the stops clear, improving safety in other parts of the city with traffic calming, more paint, reducing speeds. Cycling is one thing I wanted to speak about briefly. Cycling on King has blossomed over the course of the pilot, and that's in addition to Richmond and Adelaide, which you recently made permanent, still serving thousands of commuters daily. King is a local destination, though, and so it also needs a safe cycling options. There's not much that you'd have to do, but markings at intersections, more space between the streetcar and the art installations would help, and it would go a long way to making cycling safer. I want to briefly touch on further growth possibilities. I think Todd and others have spoken about thousands of people living west of Bathurst, for example, in Liberty Village, Parkdale, and other places. Many developments are coming. And those 84,000 transit trips, they're not just starting and stopping in the pilot area. Many of them extend beyond that. And it's important that we also have some transit prioritization leading into the pilot. It doesn't have to be as drastic as the pilot area, but opportunities for reducing street parking, protected transit stops, transit signal priority, we should have something leading into the pilot area because the status quo is not adequate. It's really not enough for the thousands of people that actually live outside of the pilot area. One thing I really want to focus on, though, is this exemptions, and I think a lot of people have talked about that today. I think any exemption to the transit priority route compromises the route, not just when the exemption is there, but it has cascading effects beyond that. The focus on King Street should be transit at all hours of the day, and the current taxi exemption has been somewhat of a disaster. And I want to show you this video that I took. So on the left is the street during the daytime, and the right is after 10 p.m. And you can see every week on bar nights, King reverts back to its pre-pilot condition. It is a mess. It honestly seems like traffic laws don't apply based on like the way that people are driving. It's completely clogged with taxis and personal vehicles. And it's a shame because that has a significant impact on the reliability of transit after 10 p.m. People that would otherwise want to take transit aren't able to. And when that happens, that means that they then shift their modes into they'll shift to cabs or to Ubers and Lyfts, and that further deteriorates the transit reliability. And so we shouldn't let this spiral out of control. We're allowing the city's public agency, the TTC, to be compromised by personal commercial vehicles. So we should really focus on making King a transit priority route all the time and reduce the number of exemptions on King Street, not introduce more compromises. So yeah, in summary, I mean, it's been a pleasure living on King and seeing it in action. Moves more people, it comes back to climate change, a number of other things. It's been acclaimed across North America, so it's definitely impressive to see this coming out of our council. And I look forward to some of the improvements that you'll make going forward. Thank you for your deputation, sir. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for the video. It's very interesting. Johnny Dibb. Is he left? Emily, you're up. Emily Daigle is next.
So I will make this accessible, and then I will be up. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
3 minutes. So thank you, Emily. When we're ready to go there, we'll start the clock over again.
Thank you.
All right.
Can you guys all hear me?
Yep.
Starting. I am a former resident of the Cherry and Front Street area, also a frequent streetcar user. I also represent a part of the community that one person has spoken about today. Not one councillor has asked any of these restaurant owners whether or not they're wheelchair accessible or they hire people with disabilities. Not one councillor has asked these people along King Street, do you find it more accessible? Do you find it safer getting on and off streetcars with the pilot project? I can tell you, and Adam would tell you most likely, that yes, it's safer. We don't feel as threatened by cabs or bicycles because streetcar drivers are supposed to come out to the side of a streetcar and let us off. And the ramps onto the sidewalk are a huge help, albeit some of them need to be reinforced. How many of the restaurants along King Street pilot project, how many of these restaurants are wheelchair accessible? How many of these restaurants employ people with disabilities? It's sad that even the people who lead economic development in this city don't even bring up the point of accessibility, even in the city guides. How many of these restaurants have even bothered to get to contact stopgap for a simple ramp, even on the patios? I've explored the area many, many, many times. There's only one restaurant in particular near Church Street that I'm proud of because they're very old, they're Italiano, and they're accessible, and they're proud of it. Thank you, Mr. Biagio. Many restaurants along this area are privately owned. They're not accessible. Even most of the corporate-owned ones in that area are not accessible. Only a few are. Out of 90 restaurants, 10% are wheelchair accessible, and they're corporate. They're Tim Hortons or Starbucks or of the like. During the last year's TIFF International Film Festival, I volunteered. I volunteered a lot. There were many other volunteers with disabilities, as well as many attendees with disabilities. I got asked many, many times, is there a restaurant we can go to? Is there a place we can go grab a bite to eat before or after the movie? Or we're gonna go grab some tickets and we got an hour to kill. Where's a good place to go grab a bite to eat? I could not suggest any of the restaurants in that TIFF area along King Street, because not one of them, they come here and they complain, they come here and say, oh, our business is failing. Well, guess what? You're losing 25% of your business because you're excluding people with disabilities. So grow up, stop whining, and get with it. During TIFF, the only place I could register people and I could tell people to go was the A&W in John Street, right across from Metro Hall, or in the PATH system in Metro Hall.
Emily, I heard your alarm go off there, so I think we're at...
I'm done.
All right.
I'm just sad that the chair of the Accessibility Committee isn't even here keeping people's feet to the fire about accessibility.
He was here earlier on today.
Thank you.
Okay, so any questions of Ms. Daigle for the deputation on this matter? All right, hearing none, we'll thank you very much, Emily, for that, and we'll see you on the next item. Okay, that is the end of the deputations, and that would bring us to questions of staff. And so I'm happy to entertain questions of staff from people who are visiting with us. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. I'll begin by directing my questions to the Chief Planner on an economic development standpoint within the downtown core, how many jobs in the city are located in the downtown core?
Through the chair, about 500,000, just under 500,000 jobs in the TO core study that we've recently completed.
500,000 jobs. What percentage of jobs in the city is that?
About a third of the jobs in the city.
1/3 of the jobs. And of the tax base, what percentage of the tax base is generated by employers working in the core?
About a quarter of the city's tax base.
And on productivity related to GDP, what percentage of GDP is produced within the downtown core?
Through TO core, we estimated about just over 50%.
And ensuring that people can reliably move to and from their places of employment and to and from meetings, is that critical for ensuring the tax base, the productivity, and the jobs work?
Through the chair, absolutely. It's all connected to the way people move around and how the economy can function effectively and efficiently.
Okay. I'll then direct my questions to transportation services and the TTC. In terms of not only making the pilot permanent, but improving it, for transit riders, what proposals are included in your report related to improving the King Street pilot as a permanent for transit riders?
Through the chair, starting in mid-May, we are planning on improving service reliability on the 504 streetcar, and we will be adding between 3 and 4 streetcars to the route during the morning and afternoon peak periods. We're also taking a look at, in the fall, adding some supplementary trips to address the crowding at the peak times.
So can I ask, is the necessity to increase capacity with TTC vehicles, streetcars and buses, because of the increased ridership?
Through the chair, that's correct. It's a very unprecedented increase in demand that we've seen in the busiest hours, and that's why we had to put in low-floor streetcars earlier than we anticipated on the 504 car.
And as well for transportation services and city planning and the TTC, whoever really, as it relates to both business opportunities, local business opportunities in public realm, what improvements are envisioned as part of making this better and work better for everybody?
Through the mayor, an extensive improvement to the public realm is anticipated if the pilot is approved as permanent. We could accommodate up to 45 business cafes. To date, 14 have expressed interest. We would also be implementing more durable parklets and improved quality of those public areas, as well as enhanced lighting and sidewalk extensions.
Okay, and then as it relates to the future, and my last question here, you note in the report that there is now a surface transit network plan being developed between the TTC and transportation services. Is that so that we can build on the experience of the King Street pilot to see how we can improve surface level transit elsewhere in the city?
Last question.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The TTC is planning to undertake a 5-year service plan so that we can look into the future. Where is demand growing in the city? Where are current developments putting new pressures on our service? We're also looking at a social inclusivity lens so that we can change the way that we design our services. That'll be in the 5-year plan. Working collaboratively with Barbara Gray and her transportation people, we're going to be identifying where we can provide transit priority that might be as radical as bus rapid transit on some of our routes, which carry as many as 40,000 people a day on some of our bus routes.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. There are other members, not members of the Executive Committee. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I know that earlier today we heard from one of our speakers, Adam Kuhn, who specifically spoke around refinements to improve accessibility. Can you speak about some of the further enhancements that will be made to the project as we move to permanent sort of design?
Through the chair, as we mentioned that we are operating all low-floor streetcars right now on 504 King service, which has provided the opportunity for more inclusive access to our streetcars on King. We know that there are some challenges at our on-street stops because the longer ramp needs to be deployed to allow people with mobility devices to get on. That is one of the improvements that we are going to be looking at with the city. If we can, with temporary platforms for our stops, as well as the inputs for when we retrofit the street in the future.
I would add that there are currently 13 accessible loading zones along the corridor, and our proposal would be to increase that so there's one in almost every block for 17 of them.
And when do you think those improvements can be made?
We would seek to make those improvements starting this summer and carry them through into the early next year timeframe.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And that will obviously also adjust the slope, because there was some comments about the slope perhaps being too steep.
Through the mayor, we would look at improving the existing ramps as well as the modular stop platforms that Lawrence mentioned could facilitate a better ramp experience as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And with respect to the additional comment about audible signals, I know that as we sort of roll out further enhancement for traffic lights, when can we see that also take place? Would it be also this summer?
We have been expanding the audible pedestrian signals across the city. We'd have to look into the specific suggestion from earlier today about making that automatic rather than based on the push button, but we're happy to look at that further.
And can you give us a timeline? When do you think that might be? Just a rough estimate.
Through the mayor, we just had approved through committee a new contract for additional audible pedestrian signal installation, and so we will have capacity this year to advance some of those locations.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is regarding the public realm improvements. I think that we've heard from a number of deputants, and I've read through the communications, that there were perhaps some opportunities to do some quicker improvements, perhaps moving some of the parklets, some adjusting of furniture. Is that something that can happen this summer as well?
Through the mayor, certainly we would be looking to make immediate improvements to the existing temporary conditions as well as move with some of those more durable parklets this summer as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Wong Tam, and are there other members of the City Council not on the committee that would like to ask questions that are here with us? Okay, seeing none. I then have Councillor Nunziata and Councillor Thompson so far for questions, so we'll start with Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. So I'd just like to ask the question. The BIA, the representative from the BIA mentioned that they had hired a consultant and asked the city if they would cost share in that study and share the data. So can you tell me, have you been working with them, or like where was the breakdown?
Through the mayor, the city at the beginning of the pilot embarked on getting data from Moneris, the largest point of sale supplier in the country. That would cover the full pilot area. Late within the pilot project, the BIA asked about getting a different set of Moneris data that specifically compared one section of King Street to one section of Queen Street. And we looked at that option, and but given that we'd already we have already paid for and had a contract with Moneris to get data for the whole corridor, and we would be reporting on restaurant sector information in our staff report. We felt that that was a sufficient output on the economic data.
So have you been able to view their data? So you haven't received their data to do a comparison?
I have not received data from the BIA, but the BIA and their consultant did ask for our data, and everything except the Moneris data could be shared, and we shared that in as raw a form as possible. The Moneris data itself, there's a data services agreement with proprietary information about what's released, and what was released could be released within the staff report.
Okay. So my next question is, in the past year since the pilot, the city has been working with the various businesses within that corridor to assist them. Can you just outline some of the projects that you've been working with the local businesses, as far as patios, and some of them don't have patios, can't have patios. Can you just explain that to me, please?
Sure. So at the outset of the pilot, when it was first approved, we solicited support or interest from businesses in having patios. At the time, about 18 businesses expressed interest, and 9 took us up on that opportunity, and we worked with them to get those patios in place. And we worked closely with the local BIAs and business representatives throughout the pilot through stakeholder check-in calls, regular meetings, and responding to their specific concerns with site meetings and calls and emails as appropriate.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. Next is Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. one of the themes that came through the deputants was around a compromise. There was one compromise, which was a 24/7. I'm not going to ask you to comment on that one, but the 777 compromise, could you tell me why that's not possible? Have you tried it? Have you entertained it? And what has been the assessment as your finding?
The Mayor, I'm happy to start on that. So the part of the benefit of the pilot itself was that we have improvements that are not only pavement markings and signals and signs, but also the far side streetcar stops. These are things that would be difficult, if not impossible, to reorient for certain periods of the day. I think it would also make it quite challenging for people to understand how to operate through the pilot area. But our biggest concern is around safety, especially safety related to pedestrians. One of the things that we observe is when people are driving in the curb lane, they tend to want to move in front of the streetcar, and with an additional increase of transit riders and people who are traveling through the corridor, we're quite concerned about maneuvering around the streetcars to get in front of them at various times of the day, which would make it much more challenging, especially given the far side streetcar stops, and others can chip in.
Okay. Work has been done to try to facilitate activities to try to encourage more people into King Street and so on. Some of the, I guess, proprietors have participated, some have not. We've heard about the patio extensions and so on and so forth. Have we exhausted all the possibilities in terms of trying to find ways and innovative ways, either through communications, encouraging more people to come, working with the BIA and so on? Because on the one hand, we're trying to address the issue around, the transit and moving people along. But the other hand, we're dealing with people's livelihood and their investment in their business, and the strain of that has obviously impact on all of us. I'm just wondering, what have we and what can be done further to assist to be able to minimize the degree of impact that we're hearing from some of the speakers here today?
Through the Mayor, I think I'll start to just say that the opportunity, if the pilot is approved as permanent, gives us a chance to put the investment into the public realm, as well as continue some of the programming and activation efforts that were undertaken last summer, and we can do that at a larger scale with more certainty about the future of the pilot. Things like enhanced lighting and improvement to the quality of the durable and parklets really can make the experience on King Street more in relation to the quality of the types of restaurants and entertainment options that are available on that street. I'm not sure if Mike Williams wanted to jump in as well.
Sure, excuse me. I think there are a lot of things with that permanent project that we could do to work with the local BIA and beyond it for those areas that are not covered by a BIA to increase customers for as many segments of the retail storefront as possible. Obviously, there are a class of restaurants that are seriously impacted by this trial, but the majority of businesses, on average, we've seen the average stats, what happens. So we need to focus on that. Clientele that goes to some of these restaurants are ones that are traditionally not users of public transit, is one issue. Some of the storefront areas are very small, which makes it very difficult to have a meaningful patio outside. So need to work with the BIA to increase patronage on the streets for the clientele that they have traditionally served, or help expand the clientele that would frequent those restaurants.
All right. Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson, Deputy Councillor Pasternak is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, I just want to follow up on Councillor Thompson's questions about the taxi exemptions, and you're not recommending any change to the current access of taxi cabs.
Through you, we are not.
Now, I hope I'm reading your statistics correctly. The number of streetcar customers drops by close to 90% after 7 p.m. In other words, you've only got 9,000 customers using the 504 streetcar between 7 p.m. and 10 p.m., and approximately 2,400 customers using the 504 King streetcar after 10 p.m. daily. In light of that pretty dramatic change in usage, I'm wondering why staff are so against flexibility for the taxis.
Through the Mayor, with the approximately 15% of daily boardings are after 7 p.m. Of the overall King ridership. We also operate very frequent service on King Street until approximately 1:30 in the morning. King Street is part of our 10-minute network, and service operates every 5 minutes until that hour, until about when the subway closes. So we have concerns about introducing more variability for our customers after 7 p.m., especially with the 15% of ridership.
I would add that there's a significant concern about compliance once the taxi exemption is in place. So after 10 p.m., we see compliance for general traffic 3 times as worse as during the regular daily period. So instead of, we have up to 140 people going through on the light when they're not allowed to after 10 p.m.
Well, I see there's close to 10,000 ticketed violations. I don't know what period of time that is. And any indication on what percentage are licensed taxis?
I don't have a breakdown on the violations for licensed taxis. We did find that taxis were quite compliant within the times that they were allowed, but after the time that they are allowed to go through, other vehicles follow them through the lights. So that's the main concern.
Okay. Just very quickly, I think it's the financial district, business improvement area, and the entertainment BIA that overlap into the pilot area. Is that correct?
The St. Lawrence BIA is also.
The northern edge of the St. Lawrence BIA comes to the southern edge of the corridor of King East.
So I understand that these are some of the most resourced BIAs in the city, and that other restaurant districts would beg to have the resources they have. Is that a fair assumption?
It's probably fair assumption on the financial district and the entertainment district. I'm not quite sure that's as true on the St. Lawrence.
Okay, so fair enough. And now, have they been robust enough to help protect the businesses in the area, in the catchment area for the study?
I don't think the financial district is part of the conversation here. Most of their restaurants are subterranean, if I could put it that way. So that I think the focus on the restaurant challenge lies in the entertainment district.
Now, when Walmart was going into small towns across the United States back in the 80s and 90s, the local Chamber of Commerce would work with local businesses how to adjust their business model, their marketing, their pricing. Was anything done in preparation with local restaurants on how to have a strategy as this plan was coming into place?
We worked with them right around the launch period, and since then.
Okay,
that
thank
was
you.
The last question. Thank you very much, Councillor Pasternak. Deputy Mayor Barlow.
I just want to go over a little bit the numbers on the transit impact. Can you remind us again what was the increase that the transit route had? Ridership, yep.
So all-day ridership on the 504 King streetcar increased from 72,000 to 84,000 pretty much immediately after the start of the pilot.
Okay. And so 10,000, can you give us some comparables? Like, what does this mean? I mean, give us another route in the city that has this kind of ridership, for example.
Compared to other lines on the system in terms of overall daily ridership, King is up there as the 3rd busiest route after our 2 subway lines. However, from a surface perspective, when we're looking at the demand at the busiest hour, which is the way we indicate the busyness of the route, it is the busiest surface transit corridor in the city.
The busiest surface corridor in the city, okay. And so you added 12,000 riders throughout the day. And what is 12,000? Is that like adding another bus route?
Through the chair, that's relative to adding the 72 PAPE bus route.
So another bus route. And what was the capital costs on this new transit infrastructure?
1.5 million, which was cost shared 50% with the federal government.
1.5 million, okay. And was there some work done to accommodate the cars? I believe that, I remember hearing about a pilot project with the Green P. How did that go?
Sorry, just for clarification, are you asking about the parking promotion?
Yeah.
A parking promotion was put in place in mid-December, or really changed and put in more effective place in January, which was used to the tune of about $500,000 over the course of the year, $509,000. The promotion was used 78,000 times.
78,000 times. Is that an increase of what had been used before?
This was a new discount that was provided for people to enter into a code in the Green P app to get up to $10 off their parking within the pilot area on street or in off-street surface lots.
And did we see an uptick in those parkings, or it was pretty much constant? Did we see a decrease of people parking in those parking lots?
We know the promotion was well used, over 78,000 times. The overall revenue in the pilot area increased, partly because of the increase in rates that annualized over that time, but also with the revenue on new spots that were created.
So wait a minute. So even though we were giving a promotion, our revenue increased on the use of the Green Ps around that area of the parking?
That's correct.
So we definitely didn't have less cars parking around the area?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Okay, so the cars are coming, they're parking, and we have 12,000 new rider increase in the TTC. That's the result of this?
That's correct.
Did we close any Green P facilities around the pilot area?
We removed 180 on-street spots from King Street, and we replaced those with about 100 on-street spots on adjacent streets.
And that will have to be the next question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the committee who wanted to ask questions? Could I just follow up, and then if there's no others, just to ask about the transit ridership and what you call the off-peak hours, to whoever would do that. I must say the anecdotal evidence that somebody mentioned earlier on about looking out the window and seeing nobody in the streetcars is contrary to my own experience, because I've tried to go down there, as pictorial evidence would indicate, to be supportive, showing no good deed goes unpunished. But I've tried to go down there to be supportive, and I must say when I've looked out, I often look at exactly that, because you want to sort of see from just your eyeballs. And the streetcars, I wouldn't say are packed full like at rush hour, but they certainly have lots of people on them. But one of the things that came up in our discussions in the sort of final stages of the examination of the data was the ridership between what I'll call, say, 7 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Which is a period that's been talked about for potential additional deployment of taxis. And I wondered if somebody could just speak to what the ridership is during that period, because it's more extensive by number than I would have thought, and by eyeball too.
Through the mayor, during the midday period and in the off-peak, we saw an increase of about 25% in our boardings. And then in the early evening, we saw about a 20% increase in boardings. One of the reasons why the streetcars may not look as full is because on King Street, we do operate a policy level headway, which means that we operate service based on a guaranteed level of service of 10 minutes or better. This means that even if the demand isn't there, we will make sure that we have the streetcars running. This is similar in the early evening. One of the things that happened on King Street is we're using King Street as a route to bring our streetcars back to our East End facility at Leslie. So more streetcars use King Street in the early evening to get home because it is a more reliable route for us to get our streetcars in and out of service. And with that, you see more empty vehicles.
I see. Okay. Thanks very much. Are there any other questions to ask? Okay. If not, then we can move to speakers, and we'll start with our visiting members of council. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me begin by saying that for decades, this city and people in our city have been calling for transit improvements on King. And it has been an exceptionally long road, but I will say, and not just because Brad Ross came up with the term, that the future is King. And I should start by extending my sincerest thanks for their leadership to City of Toronto staff in TTC, Transportation Services, in City Planning, to our former Deputy Mayor, Councillor McConnell, who passed away the day before we approved this at Council nearly 2 years ago, and who worked closely with me as the then local councillor, and most importantly to our mayor, who I think has demonstrated leadership and unwavering leadership on this issue. I think on nearly every measure, we have seen that the King Street pilot has been an overwhelming success. Was it perfect? Of course not. It's a pilot, and it's a pilot for a reason, to fix out the tweaks. But it is time right now for us to not only make it permanent, but to make it better. As you've heard, King Street is the largest surface-level transit route, not just in Toronto, not just in Canada, but in North America. And before we implemented the pilot, for the 72,000 daily transit riders, what our evidence had shown is it was faster to walk than take the streetcar. And so what we did with the King Street pilot was a real experiment in city building. And I think that we demonstrated that with bold action for low cost, you can make this city better. And so today, King is moving more people faster and more reliably. I can tell you as the local councillor that for the first time in my life, I go out of my way to visit King and take the streetcar on King. In just 15 months, we have added 12,000 new transit riders to King. The mayor has said that that's like adding a subway to King Street in a weekend. I think he's right about that. And I would note that as the staff report says, we noted a 3% increase in overall movement in the downtown and a 7% decrease in cars in the downtown, which demonstrates that people moved out of cars and onto public transit in a growing city. That's what success looks like. And so we did this for two reasons. First of all, to move people. And in a city that's doubling the population of downtown in the next 20 years and adding 1 million people into the city in the next 20, if you don't move people in and out of the core quickly, we will fall by the weight of our success. And the second reason we did this was to fuel our economy. Downtown Toronto is where 1/3 of the jobs in the city are located. 1/4 of the tax base in the city is generated downtown. 51% of the city's productivity is generated in the downtown. And a city where people can't move in and out of the core, where their jobs are, where the meetings are, is a city that can't succeed. And so what's the path ahead? I think the path, first and foremost, is to make this permanent, but our task is to make it better. For transit riders, that means increasing capacity so that we can move from 84,000 to 100,000 daily riders, and through automated enforcement and other measures to strengthen that. For businesses, I would say, and I would acknowledge that success wasn't felt equally by all, and there are those who did not feel success from this. To which I would say, we hear you, and our commitment is not to step backwards in time, but rather to further transform King into a true 21st century destination street with 45 new permanent patios, enhanced street lighting, and improved public realm. And I would say in 2023, when we do track replacement, that is a chance for us to truly redesign King and do something special. So I will close by again thanking our staff, commending Mayor Tory for his leadership. Make no mistake, change is always hard. But on King, change was necessary and it worked. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would like to echo, as Councillor Cressy has stated, that it is important for us to move forward, and I want to thank a number of city's staff persons who were part of the moving forward. And I will start by acknowledging, even though obviously she's not here, but our previous chief planner, when we actually started to work around TO Core. And it was really had a lot to do about managing the growth of downtown Toronto. We were struggling with how much is enough, and then how do we move people through the east and west and north and south. But it was actually Councillor Vaughan who originally brought this project to my attention in my first term, to be quite honest, about, wouldn't it be possible, is it viable to actually build a transit corridor along King? That was then echoed by Councillor McConnell, as Councillor Cressy has noted, and I think that all good staff who have looked at it with their professional set of eyes have come along and said, yes, we should at least do this. And so I want to thank City Planning, City Transportation for all their extraordinary work, the TTC for putting this together, and of course, Mayor Tory, who without his leadership, Mayor, this would not, quite honestly, have lifted off the ground, and a big part of this is your legacy now. I want to say thank you to you. In the local community that I now have the chance of representing, I've heard from my BIA, I've heard from my local residents. Many of them have expressed big enthusiasm for the project. It has literally, as many of people have said, transformed their lives. I think that there was some hesitation, to be very honest, at the early onset from the Financial District BIA, but they, to their great credit, also said, let's try it, let's see how it goes, and I think that it has actually exceeded their expectations, because many of those workers who are trying to get into the downtown core are getting there on time. So even the support of the financial towers, the bank towers are there, they're noting that this is success for them. And I want to just also note that we have letters of support also from the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association, who has very eloquently laid out some recommendations about how we move forward to make those further enhancements, and I know those enhancements will be made, and I'm very confident based on the fact that staff have curated this experience so carefully, knowing that we'll head to some level of permanency. I know that there are some businesses who are still expressing concerns about how do they feel some of that success that many others have said that is felt on King Street. And I think it's important for us to work with them to continue to enhance the public realm, to prioritize the transit riders, and to make sure that this is a destination street. King is always going to be the Champagne Street to me, the Champagne Street of Toronto. It's oftentimes said if you want a beer, you go to Queen. If you want champagne, you go to King. And I think that King will still have the fine dining establishments. It will still have those destination restaurants. People will continue to go. We just have to refine that experience overall. In the past year, I was speaking to my spouse last night about where have we gone to eat on King Street. And Al, she really loves your tiramisu, so I know we've been there and we'll continue to keep going to Kit Kat. We've dined at Le Petit Déjeuner, Office Pub, Wilbur, Daba, Luma, and OMB Canteen, just along King. Never mind those north and south connective spines. And we will continue to go there, and I encourage everybody else to continue to shop and dine locally, because we need King to be a superior retail, shopping, entertainment street, and it's overall the success of downtown Toronto. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. All right. Any other visiting members of council? I don't see any in the room, so I presume not. Are there members of the committee now wishing to speak? Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, while the pilot has been a success, and I think we're moving towards ensuring that it is going to be permanent, and I think that there are rationales for that. Councillor Cressy has been very clear, and the rationale for that, and it makes a whole lot of sense. I too want to thank all the staff members who have worked on this. I think also, though, that this is a very difficult decision that we're actually making, because we are having impact on some businesses, some of the restaurants. There's no doubt. There's a tremendous amount of stress. There's a tremendous amount of concern about the future of their business and their operation. And, you know, the General Manager of Economic Development and I have sort of chatted a bit, and there's no doubt there's probably about 30 or so businesses, maybe there's more or less, that are really impacted by this. But then you weigh that against the totality of what our objectives and our goals are. And the recognition is that while the businesses are being impacted, there is a, another component part of what we're trying to address with respect to moving people in transit along King Street. There's no doubt about that. And so the question is, what do we do and how do we advance our assistance to help those who are saying, look, we are impacted by this. And I don't really think there's denying the fact that there is impact. Most of our decisions have consequences, and it's a question of how do we respond to one. I'm buoyed by the fact that I'm hearing, I think the general manager and others have stated that now that you're going to make this permanent, there are many things that you can do to help. The question is, will those businesses who are here today saying, look, we're affected and have been affected by it for some time, will they survive? I think that's what I'm hearing from them. There's no doubt when we roll this thing out in November, this probably was the worst time for us to have done that, quite frankly. I think we have learned immensely from that. We are sympathetic about business. I'm, as the chair of Economic and Community Development, the last thing I want to do is see business fail or to have a negative impact on business. But we do have a greater objective and goal as well in terms of utilization of our system to move people along. And I was around when Councillor Vaughan and others were talking about, Councillor McConnell, God rest her soul, talking about this thing. And it wasn't to try to disadvantage the businesses. It was try to see what we can do to promote and create opportunity and advance and move people along, because King Street wasn't moving for the most part. I remember Councillor Vaughan said, I could walk faster than many of the streetcars were actually moving. So it's a problem. The question is, what do we do and how do we help the businesses? That's really the challenge that we actually have right now. And I know that we can do more. The other final point I wanted to make, Mr. Mayor, because I haven't really been using beyond my 3 minutes, I realize now that many of the customers to some of these businesses were people driving to King Street, and that's part of the challenge. And so what we have to do now is try to perhaps shift that opportunity in terms of try to attract more people to come who are not necessarily driving. The question is, can they wait that long? And part of our challenge is to respond to see how we can help them. So I'm hopeful that we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Others wishing to speak? Well, if not, I'll just say a few words if I may, and I'll just reset the clock. First of all, I want to say thank you to the staff. I don't think there's ever been a project that has been as carefully studied, and I think that's good. And we used technology to do it, and we used all kinds of things, and that includes past and present staff. I will say that Jennifer Keesmaat led one of the most extensive processes of public consultation in advance of the pilot that I've ever seen, and it helped me to understand in advance what some of the concerns were. And that work was carried on by Greg Lintern, by the TTC staff, by Barbara Gray, of course, and her staff, by the economic development people. And as well, I think it had a real effort put into it by council colleagues. That isn't always the case, and I don't mean that people, but they oftentimes don't have a chance to get as engaged in these things as might be the case. And I want to just single out in particular Councillor Cressy, because he took an active interest in this. And I only looked at this from the standpoint, and by the way, I should say, I think that our time of launching this, and I think Deputy Mayor Thompson just alluded to this, was less than ideal as it turns out. And hindsight is always 20/20. And that ended up being as a result of the consultation process and getting ready and ordering the things that needed to be ordered. And so we ended up launching it at a time when it was cold outside, when the theaters were actually dark at the time. There weren't any productions on. And frankly, I think there wasn't as much advance information given to people. And I think that was really key. I mean, it was a learning experience for me. It was that, because a lot of the restaurateurs and people like David Mervish, I don't want to put words in his mouth when he's not here, but they've told me that a lot of the people who had an issue with it in terms of being confused and so on were actually from 905 and sort of heard or thought that the King Street was closed, and then they didn't want to sort of deal with the confusion, even though I found, and I made a point of driving sometimes myself when I went down there, as well as taking transit, as well as sometimes being driven, and you had to pay attention to getting to the same place, but you could get to the same place as you did before. You just couldn't park on the street, but there were lots of places to park. But in the end, I mean, our interest was in moving people. And it was an interest that we had to achieve by putting the broader public interest first, and that is what we did. And when you do that, and when you bring about change, there's impact that those kinds of changes have on some people more so than others that are not entirely positive. It has been mentioned many, many times. It's North America's longest surface transit route. North America's longest surface transit route. That's an extraordinary fact that required an extraordinary answer to what was clearly an unsatisfactory movement of people. As it turns out, it started at 72,000, it's now 84,000, and so continuing extraordinary measures are going to continue to need to be taken to make sure we keep moving those people, especially as the number gets bigger and bigger. I hope it gets to 100,000. And I spent a huge amount of time, visits, dinners, lunches, walking around, phone calls, meetings. I will continue to do that. But it is going to, and I think we'll continue to build the street up. We'll continue to invest in the street. I believe, and I know that it'll be difficult for some of those who deputed today, and I thank them for coming. Difficult to believe this, but I think making it permanent actually gives us a better opportunity. I think, again, Deputy Mayor Thompson was alluding to this. Once you've made it permanent, because that was the obvious thing to do here in light of the principal objective, which was moving people on transit, then I think it makes it easier for us to build the street up in different ways. This is a street, as has the whole city, survived SARS. It survived at least one terrible recession during the period of time a lot of people have been in business that mentioned it here today. And this is actually an opportunity to build the street up. And it doesn't pose the threat over the long term if we work with the people hand in hand that spoke to us today about some of the issues that they're having. And so I'll only tell them, the people that are concerned, that I've pledged already this morning, many times before, I will continue to meet with you. I will not presume this is the end of it when Council deals with it in a week or so. And we will take measures. We will rebuild the street, as Councillor Cressy said, the public realm, and make it a better place for people to come to over time, as well as moving the thousands of people who need to get back and forth, some of whom we heard from today. And so I thank everybody for coming today, and I appreciate all of the points of view, because I think even the ones that are concerned are ones that will be staying in our minds as we try to help deal with people and make everybody successful, including the transit, but not limited to the transit. So, on that note, are we ready to deal with the recommendations then? If I could just find them. Here's my yellow sheet. Got yours turned to the right place? There we go. All right. So you see the recommendations in front of you, and I'll move approval of those recommendations and ask for the question. We'll have a recorded vote on this. All those in favor?
Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Nunziata. That carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. All right, that then brings us to item EX 4.3, and we have 10 deputations on this, and we'll start with those. And so if they're here and ready, I would ask first Mark Smith from the Toronto Seniors Forum to come forward.
Mayor Tory?
Yes, sorry, Councillor Ainsley.
Just on a point of privilege.
Yes.
Since this is a housing item.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank yourself and Councillor Bailao, the city's housing advocate, for the big announcement last Friday. That's a lot of money from the federal government. I have 66 TCHC buildings in my ward, so I know the residents are very excited about that money. But I just wanted to thank yourself and Councillor Bailao and City Manager and all the staff that I know that worked on that. My residents, and I know residents across the city, are going to be very happy.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. I will tell you that at 2 or 3 places...
that the money is coming to my ward, Councillor Ainsley, not your ward.
Councillor Nunziata says she's getting it all. I will tell you at a couple of occasions on the weekend I mentioned in the presence of some federal MPs that it was $1 billion, and they corrected me and said, no, it's $1.3 billion. And indeed it is. A good chunk of it being a grant that the city doesn't have to repay, but it's going to finance a lot of repairs and make you know, the most important thing, I said this on Friday in the presence of the Prime Minister, isn't about the numbers or the repairs, it's about the people and the difference it's going to make in their lives, which I think it really will. And so I should say, and you thanking us, thank the Government of Canada, because they came through, and we've been trying to do that, this council and predecessor councils, for a long time, and they came through, and so good for them as well as good for us. Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. All right, we had Mark Smith, Toronto Seniors Forum.
A lot of ambient noise back here, so I can't hear you. So.
Well, we'll get things quieted down here for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to just get on with business here. Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, welcome. You have 3 minutes, and there may be some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I believe there's been a handout with my speaking points delivered to everybody here, I'm hoping, because I don't like reading, but I'll read anyway. The TSF wholeheartedly endorses recommendation number 1 on page 2 of EX 4.3, the creation of a new division, which would be named the Toronto Seniors, or the Senior Services and Long-Term Care Division. We look forward as a group to continue dialogue and increasing dialogue with councillors and staff on this in this new division. Within the other recommendations, there are plans to repair existing houses, and the TSF asks that you consider some of the issues, like a small sampling listed on the page here. Any repair or replacement of housing include universal design standards. Any funding that was announced last week that Councillor Ainsley brought forward, at least 1/3 go to seniors housing. And we have to remember too, is as we divide off the seniors housing from the TCHC, is seniors aren't just restricted to those houses. We have 60% of the population that is going to be hitting seniors, and they want to live in place. So they're not just within the structure of those few. In terms of page 8 of the report that you have in front of you, bullet point number 4, creating a lead responsibility for engagement with seniors, including liaison with the Toronto Seniors Forum, us. Last May, the Toronto City Council approved TSS 2.0, and recommendation number 26 included councillors hold seniors active living fairs within their wards. And we're asking for a little bit of outreach from city councillors to establish this a little bit more. We've already done some outreach to councillors and have started setting up meetings. So we would like to just encourage council to push that through. I know we're meeting with Councillor Nunziata in the next week or so. But going to the basics of the Tenants First project, the debate will be continued and be a heated one, and we'd like to add to the voices that there's a lack of trust and confidence in the ability for TCHC to manage housing, and I don't know whether that's being fixed or changed, or if it's just a communications issue. So we need to work past that. And in terms of dealing with seniors, I'm paraphrasing as much as I can here to keep it fast because it is almost evening. That when you're dealing with staffing of this new division, that you look outside of just moving people over from other divisions into this new division. We're afraid that old habits will not be changed if we continue just absorbing people into the new structure. And we do have to be careful too, because there is still an ageism issue within city structures. There is still little things that happen on a daily basis in terms of dismissive attitudes and those sort of issues that all come down to an ageism issue across the board. So having everything under one division is probably going to help a lot in developing communications. And beyond that, all I'm saying is as we're staffing this new division, we should look at seniors as some of your staff hiring as well. We do have a lot of seniors that are experienced and could use the work. So I'll leave it there. Take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the deputant?
No. I'll be seeing you all soon.
Thank you very much for your patience today and for being here. Much appreciated. Marcel Pereira and Kwame Frimpong.
See if I can do this right here. How does it work exactly? Just put this slide on? Yes.
Somebody's coming to help you right there. There we go. Okay. If you're all set, we'll start the clock now. You've got 3 minutes, and thank you for coming, both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the Executive Committee for listening to our deputation here. We represent SIT, Save Improve TCHC. The facts are these. 1, in the current funding model, the city provides more money, approximately 69% on average, to a nonprofit and co-op subsidized unit compared to a TCHC 1. 2, after almost 4 years, the city has not been transparent on how much the tenants' first proposals are going to cost. 3, splitting off the seniors portfolio of 58,500 units would lose our economies of scale, ultimately making TCHC financially weaker. Weaker would result in more private contract management of buildings and in hiring, maintaining less support staff to help with our vulnerable tenants. Amalgamation in 2001 resolved that problem. 4, no tenant accountability mechanisms in place for this new seniors portfolio. 5, not all seniors throughout TCHC will be in this new seniors portfolio. 6, the interim 2018 selection panel in deciding on tenant positions on TCHC's board of directors goes against the City of Toronto's Mayor's Task Force's recommended tenant charter, approved by TCHC's board of directors in 2017. 6A, the tenant charter states under community collaboration unequivocally all tenants will have the opportunity to vote for positions in Toronto Community Housing's tenant engagement system. Please note, nowhere is it stated tenant charter positions are restricted to any one segment of the engagement system. In response, CIT Solutions for TCHC: 1, permanent funding model now. Give TCHC the equitable funding comparable to nonprofits and co-ops. 2, TCHC keeps the seniors portfolio, enhancing it, helping all seniors within TCHC, like adding any relevant outside agencies to help with programs, etc. This will therefore protect our economies of scale and all the accountability mechanisms in place for our tenants, i.e. recommended Mayor's Task Force tenant charter that includes tenant engagement like PB, participatory budgeting, tenant directorates on the TCHC board of directors. 3, TCHC should have direct oversight of any new senior agencies providing accountability to tenants.
And 4, replace the interim selection panel with all tenants being able to vote for the tenant directorate on TCHC's board of directors, honoring the tenant charter at the same time as tenant representatives, every 3 years instead of 2. This is in keeping with the shareholders' direction, tenant nomination process. Tenants will be nominated for appointment to the board by the City Corporation nominating panel, having regard to the recommendations of the tenant, formulated through a process approved by the council. Chair, to seek your permission, considering the time, I want to go straight to the summary. Right. TCHC stability. All these constant cuts and exchanges only diminishes the efficacy of TCHC and prevent us from hiring and maintaining good staff who wonder about their long-term career working there. This is critical for our vulnerable tenants who consistently see frequent turnovers of staff. Instead of spending and losing money breaking it up, or more rigorously dissolving it as some have proposed, TCHC can use it towards infrastructure capital repair and improving support service for all our tenants. This is our home, grown communities, where we want to build on its strength, tenant-staff collaboration, and not tear it down. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I gave you obviously some latitude there because there's 2 of you and you appeared together, which is appreciated by us. Are there questions of these deputants? Could I just ask one then, if there are no others? You just referred now to cuts, and it's interesting because I find that sometimes I get your point about saying, well, if we're spending time and money, you know, restructuring TCHC, which was one of the fundamental recommendations of the task force, especially as regards seniors. But on the cuts part, I find this sometimes mystifying because I look at the budget and the subsidy sent by the City Council as shareholder to the TCHC and the investment in capital repairs that we made, let alone what the federal government has done recently, have both gone nothing but up since I've been here. And so I just didn't know if you could give me some examples of things you say have been cut, because I think it's possible we could give more money and there could be something cut back, but if you could be very specific about that, it helps me to understand better as one member what you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree that recently there's been a recent infusion by the city of more money going towards TCHC infrastructure and repairs, and you've done a great job. And I must say, I really want to say thank you for advocating TCHC to the federal and provincial governments. We're getting more money from them and recently this from the federal government. But it's not permanent, the funding model, right? As I say in the beginning, what we need is a permanent funding model now. And we need that in place, not just for a temporary fix at this point, but for a long-term process. And equitable to the funding, the subsidies that are given the nonprofits and the co-ops. And also, I think we have to be cognizant, if we are breaking up TCHC with this senior portfolio, we're going to be spending all that money on that, rather than maybe using it towards, you know, I've lived, I get very emotional about it, but I've lived in TCHC for a long time, and I think it's a very fragile and precious thing. And we really need to take care of it properly. And really, there's been so many staff changes and people, you know, there's got to be consistency. There's got to be a protection. There's got to be a real support for TCHC, and we don't quite get that.
Thank you for that answer. I appreciate that. And I can tell you, this is not a short-term focus for me. It's a long-term as long as I'm in this job. So anyway, thank you very much. Are there other questions of the deputies? All right, if not, I'll thank you both very much for being here and for your representation.
Thank you.
Catherine Wilkinson. Catherine Wilkinson here? Oh, there you are. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the Executive Committee, and visiting councillors, staff, and tenants. I want to give a shout out of thanks to the Deputy City Manager and the staff for providing this articulate and comprehensive report. Having a dedicated senior services and long-term care division greatly increases the opportunity for seniors, their families, and their caregivers to access the services they need when they need them most. Long overdue. Consider including, if you will, the services of the Commissioner of Housing Equity into the integrated model to protect seniors who are facing evictions due to arrears. There are many of them living in this city, and they don't just live in Toronto community housing. Tenants are aging in place and will remain there for the rest of our lives. We know that. In order for them to succeed, our focus must shift to accessing the supports they need to retain their ability to live independently and well. It is clear to tenants living in Toronto community housing, with some exceptions, that the taxpayers that this organization cannot continue to operate independent of the city. We need to have closer oversight. Creation of a violence reduction plan is long overdue. Enforcement is but one tool, and in and of itself, it is not a one-size-fits-all community solution. We need to try something different. We need to help the tenants, and we need to help them help themselves. Toronto Police Service's mandate is to serve and protect all Torontonians, including those of us living in Toronto community housing. There's not a dividing line there. This is an area of the city where services are being duplicated. Millions of dollars are being invested in a safety unit with little improvement on the horizon. It may be timely for the city to reconsider, as it did previously, taking the safety unit under the existing Toronto Police Services structure, to eliminate silos and to allow Toronto Community Housing to focus on being a social housing landlord. Toronto Community Housing has CCTV cameras on the ground floors of buildings only. We all know that. And we also all know that the illegal activities, for the most part, are happening in the stairwells and in the hallways. Tenant safety trumps tenant privacy. We need to stop making excuses why we won't put cameras in those hallways.
Ladies and gentlemen, I understand you might be happy about some of what's being said, but there's not supposed to be applause or cheering in here. No, I understand that. You carry on. Thanks so much.
Okay. So supportive housing clients are not being regularly monitored in our buildings, and it's wreaking havoc in our communities. We're putting the safety of social housing tenants at great risk, and that needs to stop. We need to find out what's going on there with those supportive housing agencies. It has been made clear to all previous Toronto Community Housing Board of Directors and the current one that they are not to wade into operational matters. Yet we know the majority of issues that are faced by Toronto Community Housing are in fact operational in nature, deeply embedded in a tight-knit and sometimes unforgiving culture, one that is not particularly keen on changing the way they do business.
Now, I'll have to ask you to conclude on that note because we've gone to 3:40.
Wrapping it up. Couldn't help I had a fan club. They took my time. Thank you. Within this environment, there has been little hope of improved service for tenants. While this housing is managed by Toronto Community Housing, it is owned by you, and with that comes the responsibility to ensure it is properly managed, aligns with the city's priorities and expectations. Because for the 110,000 TCH tenants waiting for this transformation to unfold, change can't come soon enough.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Wilkinson. Do I have questions for the staff, the deputant here? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much for your deputation. I'm just curious with respect to the recommended shift with respect to designating long-term care services and applying that into the TCHC, especially for those who are elderly. Can you elaborate, based on your experience, and I recognize I saw your correspondence, you were formerly a member of the Board of Directors, is that correct? Do you think that we're heading in the right direction with the report?
I absolutely do. We need to protect the seniors. Like I said, these tenants living in Toronto Housing are aging in place. Many of them may slip through the cracks unattended, with people not noticing or staff not noticing that they've become vulnerable as they've aged in place. So absolutely connecting those supports, being able to do an audit or early assessment who may be at risk and connecting them with those resources and supports, it's going to be life-changing. And there isn't a tenant here today that doesn't know of at least 1 or 2, if not 10, vulnerable tenants that need supports in our communities.
And for those tenants who may not necessarily qualify as senior,
right,
but could still be living with vulnerability and subject to unit takeovers, what can we do to support TCHC to provide that sort of additional wraparound supports or supports to allow those individuals to stay housed, even though they have not reached the senior category yet?
Yes, well, I say that's a fault of all of ours for not recognizing that there is a vulnerable tenant population in Toronto Community Housing that isn't really being addressed in this. Our focus seems to be on seniors and setting aside that there's vulnerable tenants who aren't seniors. There are young children whose parents are dying, and there's a move. We're evicting the children of the parents who just lost of the kids who just lost their parent. So there are vulnerable tenants of all ages and all family types in this organization. There isn't a plan for them, and there needs to be some sort of an identified plan on how we're going to address those issues.
So the integrated service model that's being proposed, which is borrowing from this level of service of care from long-term care facilities and services, if we can develop something that's akin to that, but for those who don't fall within the senior category, it sounds to me that that's something that we should be pursuing.
Long overdue. We do need to address that for sure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much. Good to see you, Catherine.
You too, Councillor Fletcher.
You're just discussing, one of the things is that the shareholder perhaps hasn't been playing a strong enough role with the corporation.
Absolutely.
And so you're encouraging the city as the shareholder to step up and really look at what's going on and make whatever changes are necessary.
Very much so. We need you. We're counting on you to do that.
And the Tenants First is START. Are you happy with how fast it's progressing?
Yeah, you know what's difficult is for the most part, tenants don't understand it's a process. The change doesn't happen overnight. And there's a lot of work that has to go on behind the scenes. I get that. But I think generally, tenants are saying, well, we keep talking about tenants first in this year and this year and this year. I understand there's a process, and I meant what I wrapped up with. Change can't come soon enough. And so, but I don't want us to hurry to get the job done, because I want it to get done right for their sakes and for all of our sakes.
One of the things that we haven't yet, so there's seniors, there's the development portfolio that may, this is a corporation that has a big development portfolio. And
when I first got on the board, that's all we talked about was development.
And that takes up quite a bit of board time. Would you agree? Because there are a lot of deals that have to be made in order to proceed, and there's money that has to be approved, so that might be distracting to the, let's call it the core business of the corporation.
I totally agree with that.
And as far as vulnerable tenants that you've talked about in buildings, and Councillor Wong-Tam has mentioned kind of unit takeovers where people are going in and taking something over and paying somebody and then selling drugs or whatever might go on out of that unit. Do you think that we need to have a model of some kind where it would be another provider, or very clearly have a plan? I heard you say that, a plan for people that are vulnerable living in regular buildings, should they be living there?
Yes, but here's what scares me. If the plan is to use the existing supportive housing agencies that are working with our tenants, absolutely not. Because there needs to be a new plan around how they are supporting those vulnerable tenants, those clients they have in our buildings. It's great that the agency pays Toronto Community Housing market rent, but where they fall short is ensuring that there's regular monitoring of their client. We've had issues. Just a quick example, the former tenant director was beaten up and had to have brain surgery and nearly died by a client in a supportive housing unit.
So while it's happening, you'd talk about a stronger plan, like an actual plan and implementation plan for
You've got to look at what's in there now and what we're going to do going forward.
Thank you. I think my time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher. And that would bring us then to, where's my list? Councillor Pasternak.
Oh, sorry.
Are there any other? No, I didn't see any.
Yes, questions for the deputy.
Yes, I didn't see any other members of council visiting.
Okay.
But
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. What I have found with the 10 or so TCH buildings in the area that I represent is that we seem to be overstaffed during the week, and that we don't have enough staff on the weekend. And try as I might, I can't get that staffing model changed. Other city divisions work on the weekend, Toronto Public Library, Police Services, EMS, Fire Services. But the trouble we see that come to our office occur on the weekend when there's almost no staff there. Have you dealt with that matter over at the board?
Yeah, so first of all, I've never heard of a building being overstaffed, at least not from tenants. And I get the sense that they're being understaffed on weekends. So at one point, I know the city contributed to Toronto Community Housing some funding to support weekend cleaners and those kinds of things. But I think it expired. And so whatever we'd put in place to give that extra coverage on the weekend was discontinued. So there isn't the funding there for that. I don't honestly think that there would be any objection from our labor partners to provide that work on the weekends. So it's a conversation that does need to happen, but it's got to be done not in every building, but in the buildings where it's identified it's necessary. Clearly, a 4-story building doesn't need a weekend cleaner. A 14-story building may need a weekend cleaner. So we have to really look at where the need is before we just say, let's give everybody weekend staff.
The other question surrounds many of the buildings have linguistic or cultural clusters, and often there's linguistic barriers between the residents and the staff. Has that come up at any of your meetings, and is there a strategy for addressing it?
Yeah, to my understanding, we have worked really hard with the staff to match the staff to the tenants in the community wherever possible, but also at the same time, in terms of seniority, you cannot make a staff work in a building because they speak a specific language. So you have to consider that as well. I know that if staff have difficulty understanding, often they'll go to another tenant that may actually speak English and whatever the other, language is to assist the staff to better understand. And I know Toronto Community Housing is working on symbols and pictures to help people understand if they're trying to explain something and they may not be able to speak English. So it is a challenge, but I think we're working hard to overcome it. And if it's not being overcome, it needs to be escalated within the operating unit and it needs to be addressed. You deserve service in the language that you speak, and you should get that service no matter what.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you, Catherine. So you recall when I was on the board, safety was an issue.
Yes.
And it still is.
Yes.
We were advocating for security cameras in our buildings, and we had that committee that we went to all the Toronto housing buildings in Toronto. At that time, we found that a lot of the security cameras that Toronto Housing did have were not working, correct? And a lot of them inside and outside. But are you aware, though, that just recently at the police services and that we approved $5 million to hire special constables?
Yes.
Yeah. So they haven't been, I don't think they've been allocated to Toronto Housing yet. But do you think that would help?
But simultaneously, Toronto Community Housing has been ramping up, hiring hundreds of their own staff in addition to what you're doing. I don't think throwing a bunch of staff is the problem is the solution.
Well, the security, for security. I'm
Right.
talking about the security end of it, because you're absolutely correct. There's a lot of issues happening in our buildings, right? Where we have tenants taking over buildings, senior buildings, and dealing drugs, prostitution, that happens, right?
Yes.
We know about that. And there's not enough security in our buildings. And one of the things that we did speak about when I was on the board is some of these buildings where we have a lot of seniors, vulnerable seniors, that we've been advocating to keep them seniors residents rather than have, change the use and have different people moving into these buildings, because that's where the problems are.
Right.
That's where we have the problems, when we have seniors mixed with other tenants.
Right.
Do you not agree?
Yeah, I do. And here's the thing. In the old days, we used third-party security partners to come into our buildings.
Yeah.
And in some cases, that was effective as a deterrent, and in some cases not. But the new money that's coming in to support the hiring of additional community safety officers is going to 10 identified high-needs buildings. So where does that leave the rest of the tenants who will not benefit from additional hiring of staff? They're basically going to move in like a TAVA situation, be on site 24/7, set down their stakes, clean up the building, get out the bad guys, pat themselves on the back, and move out.
But so the solution is, and we were advocating for that when I was on the board, is to have security cameras in all our buildings. But do you not think that some of the contract management that we have at some of our buildings are a problem as well?
I think the fact that we have any contract property management companies is to our detriment. It was a mistake from the get-go, and it's something we need to change.
Would it help too as well, is having some of our buildings having superintendents on site living in the buildings?
Now, that's a big question I think that would have to be had between the board, the management, and the labor partners, whether that would be feasible or agreeable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. I don't see any other people wishing to ask this deputy questions, but you've been very patient, and we thank you very much for your contribution and your candor.
Thank you very much.
Mr. John McLeod is next. Mr. McLeod, welcome.
Oh, Mr. Tory, we actually sat at the same table at the 519 for the We Heard You portion of the Mayor's Task Force.
One of these consultations, I remember that very well.
Listen,
So, over to you.
I have to apologize to everybody here, in particular the quality of the other deputants made today, the quality of the presentations, et cetera. And part of what I want to say in apologizing there, with all due respect to our friends sitting over there, Jen and Biddy Livesey, the notice for the meeting that was last Thursday at Metro Hall was posted in our building on Monday. If you're talking about market rent payers, 70% do not, and by the way, I'm a 35-year market rent payer. All right, I believe it's my obligation to pay the rent on the first business day of every month, beyond question. That's not what I'm here. But we want to come to these meetings, but there's an incredible burnout right now I will point now that right now we've got the usual suspects here, including myself, Catherine, Susan, et cetera, people at Miguel who always come to these meetings, but we're missing the larger part of the TCH constituency here. The process itself for the tenants first process is it excluded huge numbers of people in the very beginning. They have not had a chance to reasonably participate. And I just want to say also, people made the comment that they went to a meeting where the agenda was not clear and the issues that were dealt with were not issues that they were particularly concerned with. I want to address Ms. Nunziata. These CSU unit individuals make $80,000 a year. The gentleman guarding the honeypot right now is making $15 an hour. He's doing a very good job with some soft security, you know, the pot shop down the street here. I'm suggesting it's a mistake to have these people who have the power to criminally arrest. I'm going to tell you that they are not there to protect tenants. They are there to be a goon squad for the staff. I can prove that. I won't take my time right now to do so. But in fact, there is no security from the CSU. In fact, it's a threat to tenants. I also want to say here, if we're talking about innovation, something I heard today that innovation is the way of doing the right thing in an easy way. Why are we not talking about tenant management of these buildings? Why are we talking about, I'm very concerned. We're talking about transferring these scattered homes, so-called. There are 700 families living in so-called standalone homes. Google Beverly Street from Dundas to Darcy Street. Those are low-rise apartment buildings with up to 10 families living in them. They are not standalone homes. They should be always kept property of the City of Toronto, not transferred anywhere else here. We need to hold on to these. But, you know, I'm also reading a story in the paper, and I'll try to be very brief here, talking about the situation at Gordon Ridge. The Toronto Community Housing Complex along Gordon Ridge has become notorious for crime, drug dealing, and violence, even earning its own street slang ID, Gordon Ridge or Ghetto Ridge. At this specific address, there have been shootings in last April, another stabbing murder. The 12th floor in particular, Warden told reporters, Warden, the police officer quoted, is known for drug activity. I'm sorry. Why are we talking about anything right now? You get your Maple Leaf jacket, I'll rent a Batman suit, and we'll go there tonight and tell everybody to go home. I'm sorry, what I'm hearing here is the fact that we are warehousing drug dealers at Gordon Ridge because we're keeping them away from the good people. We're keeping them with the second-class citizens there. If the police know that there's drug activity there, if you know that, why isn't there a CSU chess tournament in that hallway tonight so that the drug dealers go away? We will not stop drug dealing in this city. We only want to control the behaviors of people in these buildings. We don't need C cameras throughout the buildings. The young woman who was dismembered at Oak Street went up and down through the elevators. If there was anybody monitoring the CC elevators, they would have seen a woman wandering through the building. Soft security would have come up to the woman and say, ma'am, can we assist you? Because you seem to be wandering through the building. She might be alive today. But that was the second OD in that man's unit. Oak is known to be a drug. Why are we talking about these things? Why are we not moving in today? It's 12th floor of Gordon Ridge, rather. Come on, guys, let's go right now and stop the drug dealing. And let me just say one other thing. Right now, we have a nightmare situation at the very top of this organization. Before we're cynically involving the tenants' time, don't we have to find an active CEO? The CSU is monitored and oversighted by the COO. We have lost a man like Wayne Tuck without even a conversation. Wayne Tuck was the COO. He has not been replaced. Wayne was a good man. So was Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson was down in City Council while you wanted additional powers of eviction. N5, 6, and 7 applications allow the landlord to make a claim against a tenant that they don't even have to prove, putting them on probation for 6 months. At the end of that time period, they can be evicted. Nobody is being evicted for illegal acts, being incarcerated, and then being rehoused in the same TCH unit. What is happening is the TCH staff member is keeping that unit for them for whatever reason.
On that note, sir.
I'm trying to suggest to you, my friend, that there are serious answers here, and starting with a serious, competent CEO of this organization. It is a wall of shame. Okay. Right up there now, the list of CEOs that have gone. I'm going to say one thing. Mr. Jones highlighted the problem. His biggest problem was simply trying to get his staff to work their hours. Thanks. Thanks for listening.
Yes, it's not been ideal. I agree with that. That's an understatement, and thank you for wrapping up. We have to be fair to everybody here. Are there questions of this deputy? There won't be. All right. Thank you very much for your candor. Appreciate it. I actually have one question for you.
Yes, thank you.
You made reference, and I think I understood what you were saying. You were talking about the fellow that was making $15 an hour at, I forget where you said he was, doesn't matter.
I'm kidding you about the pot shop downstairs, down the street.
But just someplace, and we were told, I mean, I, in my job, and I think many of my colleagues are the same, you can't possibly know everything yourself, you have to rely on what you're told. And we were told that when we had security guards that were put into those positions in the buildings, that they didn't get to know, because security guards by definition change, the people change.
Who gets to know now,
the
Mr.
residents,
Tory?
and some of them were actually less, what's the word I'm looking for, less inclined to intervene on behalf of the residents when, for example, people are coming into the buildings, and that we would be better off.
Then that's find another contractor, sir.
I beg your pardon?
Find another contractor.
Well, okay, but that wasn't the choice. You may say that should be the choice. The choice that was put to us was that we were better off with the special constables, not because they had abilities to write tickets and so on, as you said, but because they were a constant presence. They were employed by the TCHC, and that's why the money was allocated that you heard Councillor Nunziata refer to.
So they're not being used that way. They're being used as a goon squad, and can I tell you, let me just be very personal here. I didn't want to do this. But there was a 3.5-month carbon monoxide leak in my neighbor's apartment. My neighbor worked in the evening. The carbon monoxide leak was linked to a water heater that came on in the evening, as you know they do. It was a 3.5-month carbon monoxide leak that began the day after the law in the province changed, coincidentally enough. I began to phone the 416-981-5500 number repeatedly. I spoke to all the staff members all the way up the line, repeatedly telling them that this was occurring night after night. The carbon monoxide detector was going off for a specific period of time. This went on for 3.5 months. On one particular day, I went to the board of directors and mentioned this directly to Graham Leah and to the board of directors that this was going on and no one was doing anything other than changing the alarm to the point where it continued to be a problem. Finally, one night, after phoning the central number, the 5500 number I'll call for shorthand, 2 hours later, in utter frustration, I was walking around the property and one of my tenants said to me, "Phone 911. When I did, first responders arrived. And at that time, it was discovered that there actually was a carbon monoxide leak that had been persisting for 3.5 months into my neighbor's apartment, right next to my head where I sleep. At that point, then the CSU member arrived, 2 hours after the dispatch, after the first responders arrived. When I questioned him about what is your name for the purpose of me ascertaining when you were dispatched, he told me, "You don't mention my name." He was 6'2", he was 300 pounds. There's me. At 2:30 in the morning, when I'm trying to get back to sleep, there was jackboots coming up the stairs. The pounding on my door, I hear two individuals. "I want to talk to you about your attitude towards my special constable." 2:30 in the morning, Mr. Tory, you have never experienced anything like that, and neither has anybody else on this side of the room. They came to my door to shake me down, to intimidate me into silence. "We know where you live, buddy boy. We can criminally arrest you. You're that big. We'll kick this door in. Oh, you resisted arrest. We gave you a beating." These men have Kevlar vests, they have restraints, they have batons, they have pepper spray. They should not be encountering tenants, period, ever, full stop.
Right.
Not at 2:30 in the morning, and not without any accountability, because there was absolutely none.
All right.
I blow my mind about that, Mr. Tory. That is unacceptable behavior, and it is right now, there is no consequence whatsoever to those individuals or anybody else at Toronto Community Housing. When we talk about accountability, there is absolutely none, nor will there ever be any. See this? This is from 20 years ago when I attended a meeting at Metro Hall, and we were all told, "I have the right." From then, it has been continuous degeneration of accessibility to staff. They are not meeting with us. We are not having the general meetings anymore. It is frontline workers who have to deal with the rage. This is not happening. We have a tremendous burnout right now. It's here.
We're trying to fix that, sir, and thank you very much for your comments on it.
But, you know, quite honestly, there's some obvious things that need to be done before we waste the tenants' time so cynically anymore, and that starts at the top. And it starts with waste control, and it starts with controlling the incredible waste that I have seen over 35 years, my friend. We have to start there.
Thank you, sir.
We cannot pretend.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod.
Anna, you don't have anything to say to me as the housing. You're saving do-nothing jobs.
So, sir, thank you very much. Susan Gapka is next. Susan, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Wow, that's a whole 3 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here because I'm worried about the future of Toronto community housing. I can remember Councillor Wong Tam when we came up to 389 Church to, the building was being profiled as the perfect building to sell off. We've come a long ways since then. It's now being redeveloped into supportive housing, contracted out to the Y for vulnerable women, which is fantastic. But I've been worried about the political climate recently, so I wanted to, I can't use the name, we're tenants from social housing, but we're a pretty rambunctious lot. I have 3 recommendations. I'm just going to read off now because 3 minutes isn't a long time and I gave a lengthy introduction. I think around accountability to tenants. And the tenants first, I agree with everything and with nothing that was said before me. The accountability to tenants, and I just want to make a recommendation. I see the new CEO, permanent CEO and peering over the shoulder there, is we have this system at City Hall with a handful of tenants who it's impossible to represent the entire population of TCHC. And we have TCHC have as a tenant engagement model. And somehow we've got to harmonize those 2 processes. They seem to be siloed. And I just came because I went to the Tenants First meeting on last Thursday with a couple days' notice before this meeting, and I was described what seemed to be a good plan that's in front of us today, but we did a roundtable discussion on safety and security. I tell you, we got reports coming out of reports on safety and security, so where's the implementation on that? The second recommendation, just because of time, is around the equity lens on this. And I've been recommending, as we move forward, if this is adopted, please add an equity lens of anti-oppression, anti-racism, especially around issues around mental health and addictions. I find, and that article from Gordon Rich, where seniors demonize people with mental health problems, and we all need social determinants of health to improve our daily lives. I fear some of the members of this table here and City Council, you go the way of enforcement before you go the way of prevention. And it's going to be tough under the environment where there might be no provincial funding for the next couple of years. And so that's a highlight. I'm out of time, so I just want to talk. Last point was about the contract management. I heard it from previous deputants. Whatever we do with Toronto Community Housing, it's been, tenants are dissatisfied. It's in the tenant survey. When it's in an Ipsos Reid survey, management listens, but they're unaccountable because of the structure. Contract management does not always hold value to Toronto Community Housing. And just if I can have 15 seconds just to give you an example, our balconies are being closed. They're being for repair for 6 months during the summer, and the contract management leaves the gate open when they go home, and they've dumped their garbage in the organic bin. And so, like, I know it's only an organic bin, but use the proper container, darn it. Thank you very much for listening.
Susan, thank you.
I'll take questions.
We'll see if there are some, yes, and you got the 30-second bonus accorded to holders of the key to the city.
I have some new hardware here. I ran 8K on Saturday.
All right.
Thank you.
Councillor Nunziata has...
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And oh, wait, I'm sorry. We've got the members of the committee who are not, council who are not members first. We'll start with Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I just want to go over the contracted buildings.
Yes.
I think back in about 2008, there was a big tenant forum. There used to be big tenant forums down at the X on big issues, and one was on contract management, if you recall. An overwhelming number of tenants said, end the contract management. Here it is 10 years out. That isn't part of Tenants First. Do you think that that's still something that, I don't think that's part of Tenants First, but we need to act on that for the quality of life for tenants?
It's frustrating, Councillor Fletcher, because tenants have been saying this since 2008, if not before, and at least have them be held accountable. And then it was frustrating because in the tenant survey that was just commissioned, it's come up as being rather, when a research poll says the same thing, that it feels like tenants don't know their own experiences. So.
And do you agree with Ms. Wilkinson, who, and I know I've seen you many times, you've made many deputations and you're a fantastic activist.
Thank you.
That the city actually needs to have, the shareholder needs to take a little more interest in what's going on at TCHC around things like contracted out, accountability, and other matters such as that?
I agree with that, except that I'm concerned about the provincial government at this time and its ability to interfere in the governance affairs of the city. So, but under that, we're in diseconomies of scale when we were amalgamated 2000, 2001, and so this solves some of those. The other idea, if the city is a unionized city and staff is trained in anti-oppression and all of the systems of equality, then that seems like a really good direction.
And 389 Church was going to be sold off. Are you very happy that you and others managed to stop that and it's now been reimagined for a pretty important another women's building?
Well, when you look at the intensification of the downtown neighborhood, and I'm very pleased that our councillor Wong Tam was able to get that designated for vulnerable populations, because it's apparently luxury condo after luxury condo, and it's an enormous challenge in the downtown neighborhood to have that mix and balance. So things like that and the EGAL shelter, LGBTQ shelter, in my view, are gems in our Toronto community housing portfolio.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Did Councillor Wong Tam, any questions?
Yes, I do have some. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With respect to the integrated service model that's being proposed through this recommendation, for those tenants, and I asked the same question to our previous speaker, for those tenants who are not in the senior category and age category, there are vulnerable residents who would and require additional supports. Do you think there's value in the city taking a more proactive role in developing an integrated service model for that population in TCH?
Yes, I've always been supportive of the tenant first rollout and that attention. I'm particularly cautious under the political environment. That's all. As like why I'm just want to really keep a close monitoring on the situation to ensure that the intent is the outcome.
And recognizing that we can't control what's going to happen at the province, but and nor should the TCHC tenants be subject to whether or not it's in political vogue or not. What is the role of the City of Toronto as the primary shareholder of TCHC? Should we step in even if we don't have another order of government like the province supporting us to provide additional supports for vulnerable tenants?
There's an implementation gap. It's diseconomies of scale. So by making it more manageable is a sound governance model. But integrating what we're doing at TCHC in the city, I think, is important. But also, as Catherine Wilkinson mentioned, that there is a shareholders agreement, and we need to have as many tenants involved as possible in making decisions in our everyday lives. And we don't always make the best decisions, but we feel empowered and engaged when we're able to be part of that process.
Thank you, Susan. And finally, with respect to the unit takeovers, I know that there's quite a bit of activity in TCHC buildings that seems to proliferate oftentimes in social housing because of the vulnerable tenants. Yeah. And with also, as a response, I think, is the CSU, so additional $5 million being allocated to sort of bring in special constables. Do you think we're heading in the right strategy by adding $5 million to bring in more constables to provide better security for the buildings, or is there a cheaper way or more effective way of delivering safety and security for the tenants?
So I'm a proponent of the community safety officers on the ground working with tenants, but something like a crisis mobile team where there's maybe a mental health person, a nurse, a number of different components. So not just security, but people working with supportive housing and mental health support so that people can be directed who are struggling into appropriate services to assist them so that we can be more preventative than just enforcement. There are times we're going to need enforcement, though, and I can recognize and acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions of Ms. Councilor Nunziata?
Yes. So Susan, you just made that comment about being preventive rather than enforcement. But when we get calls from tenants, which I get hundreds of calls, and I have meetings with all my tenants monthly, that what they're always advocating to me, we want more enforcement, we want police officers in the building, we want security. So to them, it's really, security is really an issue for these tenants. So do you not agree with that?
I cannot deny that that's the feeling of a lot of tenants. They're feeling, and I've seen some of the conditions in our neighborhood, knocking on doors in a number of political campaigns, and some of the conditions are incredibly tough, and I can understand how people feel.
Okay, and I'm pleased that you mentioned contract management, and Catherine, you mentioned as well. Just to let you know that I have a member's motion going through council next week on exactly that issue.
What was that? Sorry, Councillor?
I have a member's motion going through council next week about contract management at our Toronto housing building.
Thanks for bringing that to light.
Thank you, Councilor Nunziata. Other members wishing to question this deputy? All right. Well, Susan, thank you very much for being here. Much appreciated as always.
Thank you for your time and good luck with deliberations.
You know the rules. Welcome.
Thank you.
3 minutes.
Okay, in front on the overhead, you have the questions that were asked by the tenants first, members of attending the Thursday event at City Metro Hall. As you can see, there are three questions that deal with security. In answering question number one, the residents on my table, they feel that in regards to the previous deputy on poll, who spoke about the issue of the lack of accountability, is that it's true sometimes our officers abuse their power and authority. So in that regards, I made in my deputation to the Toronto Tenant Services Committee, I advised them why we don't equip our new CSU officers with body-worn cameras so that we can feel protected and they can feel protected. So that will secure the issue of accountability brought forward by Mr. Paul. In regards to question number two, what ideas you have to improve safety in our communities? And in my table, it was unanimously we support the idea of having more cameras, CCTV cameras in our buildings. In regards to the last question, I had conversations with staff in regards to allowing people to be free to disclose their needs for support services so that when we have the data available as to how many members in the community need support services, that data can be secure. We don't have to share it with nobody, but only for help providers who can be aware that in our annual review, when we check mark the page, it says, what disability do you have? And sometimes due to stigma, people don't disclose that information. And then we are losing on opportunities, especially during budget time, to be able to secure more services for our communities. So I'm here to also to speak on item 5, which already Catherine Wilkinson has spoken about the issue of the CSU officers. On the overhead over there, it says dated December 18, 2018 at the Toronto Police Services Board, you have already approved a strength special of constables from 160 to 300. So you have already the approval to go ahead and disperse this $5 million in community safety unit officers. I want you to put a pause on that because we're talking about seniors, right? So here's a 330 Gerard Street East. I mentioned about this particular building to members of the Toronto Police Services Board, which created an invitation, it opened an invitation to bring officers to tour the building and test and evaluate themselves that there are no cameras in the building. So here I am in a picture, a friendly picture with my good friend Andy Pringle, the guy with the head, with a police cap, I think is William Anderson, and the guy next to him is Godin Singh, he's a specialist in crime prevention, and there is yours truly, Miguel Avila. So I had the opportunity to tour together and witness that there are no cameras at 330 Gerard Street East, and I'm glad that my counselor is here to verify that information that I have provided to Andy Pringle and members of the Community Safety Unit is true. We need to prioritize. So before you please spend the money in more Community Safety Unit offices, they don't have accountability measures attached to it. And I'm going to stress out the importance of equipping them with body-worn cameras to avoid situations like my friend Paul had.
All right, Miguel, I'm going to have to stop you there because you've had a minute and a half extra. And so we'll stop you there and see if there are some questions for you.
Okay.
But message received on the using discretion to apply the money in a way that might be more broad.
Yeah, discretionary, yeah.
All right, are there questions of Miguel, the deputant? Okay, well, thank you very much, as always, for being with us. Morgan Harris.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Morgan Harris. I'm a director of Habitat Services, a nonprofit funded by the city and the Ministry of Health. Through that work, I'm aware of the challenges faced by people living with mental illness and accessing appropriate affordable housing options. I'm a director of the Winchester Park Residents Association, and I have advocated to Executive Committee regarding rooming houses presently operated by TCHC. I also volunteer at Island Gardens Food Bank, and many of our clients live in social housing, including TCHC buildings. I've read the report Accelerating the City's Tenants First project. As you heard, tenants attending the recent consultations regarding the report were informed about the city looking to consider long-term care homes as seniors housing. But at the time, no explanation as to the benefits or necessity of this plan were provided at the meeting. Mention was made of an integrated service plan, but tenants did not understand what that means to them. The other items were transfer uninhabitable housing to nonprofits. There was mention of a pricing question. The city to expedite transfer of the rooming houses and some other houses to nonprofits. Regarding the rooming houses specifically, we've been informed that there are capital complexities and the comprehensive violence reduction plan. Regarding the seniors housing changes, I'm not advocating for or against the changes to seniors housing. But what I heard from seniors at the Tenants First briefing was that they did not consider the limited opportunities for consultations by Tenants First to be adequate. The seniors that I spoke to said their voices were not being heard in their view. They did not understand how plans can be made regarding their buildings without providing more detailed information and allowing adequate opportunity for feedback from tenants regarding their concerns. Transfer of rooming houses to nonprofit, I support this move that I advocated for in the past. I'm concerned about the capital complexities mentioned by the Tenants First project manager. I'd hope that the nonprofit or nonprofits that get the rooming houses will not only be given the housing, but also access to adequate funding from the appropriate offices of the city to renovate and restore these properties to a habitable and safe condition. For example, I refer Executive Committee to a recent project on Winchester Street. It took several years to sort out the legal and financial arrangements necessary for that nonprofit to secure funding promised, and renovations only commenced in early 2019. Regarding the violence and antisocial behavior reduction plan, Public and tenant safety and security have been an urgent concern for many years, as voiced by the public and tenants. It was well discussed at the Mayor's Task Force for TCHC and subsequent consultations. It is astounding that safety and security have been given such low priority after tenants came forward and identified this as a critical issue. Adding more constables on its own will not reduce violence and antisocial behavior without other measures and supports, such as on-site property supervision, mental health and addiction supports, and proactive engagement with tenants. The Tenants First project. According to the agenda item for this meeting, Tenants First is to be guided by the principles of tenant-focused approach with real accountability, must be built into all aspects of transformation. At the most recent consultation, tenants expressed concerns about the inadequate notice given and the lack of detailed information about plans which have been made without informing tenants. Informing them after deciding to make these actions or plans is not really consultation. The approach adopted by the city has not really put the interests or concerns of tenants first.
Sir, I'll have to ask you to, just to come to the conclusion of your remarks, if you could.
Yep. There is no feedback mechanism for tenants other than to read what they can of a few documents that are posted on the city website. What about online or printed surveys sent to all tenants to seek feedback on proposed changes, a more inclusive, if not consensus-based approach? All
right, I think on that note, we'll say that's thank you too for your deputation and see if there's some questions for you. Okay. Councillor Fletcher has a question.
Yes, you appear quite concerned about these discussions and tenant engagement. Can you outline how you do that at Habitat Services and engaging all of your clients and people and in a fulsome conversation that might be different than how?
Well, Habitat Services operates in a very specific program that...
Do you have tenants?
Sorry?
Do you have tenants?
No. We manage a housing subsidy program that the clients pay their own rent and live in rooming and boarding homes.
But you have people that you manage. You don't have tenants, but you manage tenancies. Let's put it like that.
We manage the subsidy program and monitoring
on behalf of tenants. On behalf of how many are there?
950, give or take.
So how do you bring them together to know if you're doing a good job managing?
Well, Habitat Services has a staff, and the staff go out into the.
So does TCHC, and they go out. But you're talking about formal consultation with tenants, and I'm asking about your formal consultation with the tenants who you manage their subsidies and manage everything to know that it's going really well. What is your format that you use? We could really learn
Habitat
from
has used tenant satisfaction surveys.
Oh, like TCHC then, okay.
They have done tenant satisfaction surveys, and there are other inputs like there's an organization of people who live in the program called Brighter Days Committee.
So you have a tenant group.
We have, so they're like tenant groups,
right? People
with lived experience, and there's also...
and does TCHC have a tenant group? Like Tenants First has a tenant group, would you agree?
The Tenants First, all the Tenants First has done is invite people to consultations.
Do they not have a core group of people?
Oh, no, well, apparently they do, yeah, but I mean, I don't...
So it's kind of the same. What else would you do that would be different then? In order to engage 900 people?
I'm talking about engaging 110,000 tenants.
No, I'm talking about your 900, actually.
900. I'm sorry, what are you asking about?
I'm asking how you engage the 900 outside of the survey.
Well, as I mentioned, there's in-person monitoring programs where employees of the organization go out to each of the boarding homes and engage with the tenants in their homes where they live, so that they understand what their circumstances are.
Yes.
And also part of their duties of the staff is to ensure that the boarding homes are meeting contractual obligations.
Now, do you have tenants in Toronto Community Housing that you're assisting, that are living in Toronto Community Housing buildings or not? I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
So, thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Wong Kam.
Yes, thank you very much. Just trying to understand the model here. You don't see, your contractual obligation is not with tenants. Who is your contractual obligation with?
Well, with Habitat Services is a nonprofit. Their contractual obligation is with the boarding home operators, who could be nonprofit or could be for-profit.
So essentially the building owner.
Well, the operator of the boarding home, yeah.
Right, and so the service that you provide is you administer what supports in exchange for a management fee.
Well, they manage the housing subsidy, so ensuring that the contracts are met and the boarding home operators are paid whatever the subsidy is. But I don't manage the day-to-day operations, so I'm not presenting as that, but I am on the board. And the other aspect that they deal with is the monitoring services that the employees going into the boarding homes, and ensuring that the boarding home operator meets their obligations, which could be the meals and the cleanliness of the place and whatever other services are expected or offered in terms of the contract.
So just to understand, Mr. Harris, you manage the facilities on behalf of the boarding home property owners.
No, they don't manage the facilities. They send.
You manage the subsidies.
They manage the subsidy program.
But not the services that the vulnerable tenants require in order for them to live in these boarding homes. Who provides the services?
Services are provided by the boarding home operators, and in some cases there are third-party agencies like, well, sometimes there are third-party mental health agencies who go in. Some of them work in the boarding homes. It depends on the individual home, whether there are in-house agencies or whether they're coming in.
So then at the end of the day, who's responsible for the health, welfare, and safety of the tenants in these boarding facilities?
It would be a combination of the boarding home operator ensuring that their tenant is provided with that which is contractually obligated, and a support agency, whichever one it may be, that provides support services.
And
Habitat Services doesn't provide the supports directly themselves.
Right. So then your feedback for us and TCHC and this particular program is what? Because I'm trying to understand what you do, and what you do is very limited compared to what TCHC is trying to do and what the city is doing.
Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is that TCHC should expand the ways and means that it's engaging with tenants, where they're not going to feel that their concerns are being addressed specifically by the Tenants First project.
But I think Councillor Fletcher was drawing conclusions that they're already doing it, but it's not clear to me what you're offering that's different.
So what are they offering?
Okay, thank you very much.
What am I offering?
He's telling us what we're doing wrong, but he hasn't told us what he's doing.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wong Tam. Any other questions of the deputant? All right, well, hearing none, I'll thank you very much for being here today and for your deputation and your answers. And that would bring us to Sandra Marcock.
Hmm? Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. 3 minutes.
Almost good evening. Thank you for this opportunity, Mayor and Executive Council. I would like to address the first 3 items on page 9, which are tenant-focused approach, real accountability, and sector-wide lens. And I'd like to apply it to conditions in my building, where I feel that money is being wasted hand over fist, and tenants are being treated very shabbily. When I first learned about the tenant-focused approach, I understood that Ted Orvitz was proposing that there be a horizontal management model where tenants would have engagement with frontline workers. In fact, we have the exact opposite, and it's not particularly accountable. We call a client care center. We're given an easy track number that produces a work order. At any point, that can stop whether the work is done or not, and then you redo it. With our building, in July of 2016, we were starting a project that was $300,000 and is now $400,000. 2 architects decided to do something stupid, and they did it. They spent a lot of money and time at our inconvenience. We're the tenants, we live there. We know that insulating the exposed brick in the sunrooms, which is like an indoor balcony, is a stupid idea. 1, because it's single pane windows. 2, because it's not heated. 3, because it's in a column of non-heated areas. It was very poorly project managed by both TCHC and the vendor. The vendor had tenants take everything out of their sunrooms. We use it as storage, except for 3 of 17 tenants, because it's cold in the winter. It's 6 degrees on a good day. People had their storage stuff in their apartments for 13 weeks. The vendor who was doing the work did approximately 8 hours of work over those 13 weeks. So the vendor would have somebody coming in, doing insulating and maybe framing, and then mudding and painting, and then a 5-week delay to wait to get the most common type of baseboard for some stupid reason. The thing about tenants first is tenants in that building consulted would not want to spend any money on doing that chore. We have an idea of what the urgent requirements of our building are. Our building is the site of the original Weston Bakery. We sort of are on the corner of a buried waterway. We have significant envelope work that should be done, and absolutely, to my knowledge, none of the priority work has been done yet. The budget went from $300K in the summer of 2016 to $400K in the summer of 2018, and they're still not doing the work that needs to be done. Now, real accountability, connected to tenant-focused approach. If you talk to the tenants and told them you're going to wait 13 weeks for them to do something that does you no good, no thanks. But the real accountability is for the tenants, me. I have seen a huge amount of scarce resource, capital repair dollars, wasted while wasting my time and treating me, frankly, like crap. The third item I wanted to connect this to is sector-wide lens, where you talk about grounded in a strong role for the city service manager. City service manager, this project is not done. Step in now and find all the errors, all the places where tenants, for example, one tenant didn't even get within the 13 weeks. She waited till after Chinese New Year, 5 months of calling the client care center to say, would you please put in the baseboard so I can put all the stuff back in and have a normal life in my home for the first time in 5 months.
And I'll have to ask you now,
over.
too.
Step in now, shareholders. Step in now, find out what was done wrong here, and fix it, please.
All right, thank you. On that note,
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the deputy? Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry, you said you were calling the client care center asking to have this done.
Finished. After the 13 weeks, 204, waited another 2 months of calling and calling and calling.
Yes.
The thing about the client care center is it doesn't really go to somebody necessarily who knows what's going on or who will pass it to the right person, or that person will be accountable. I didn't really get to the accountable stuff, did I? People just turned a blind eye.
So were there calls back or explanations or visits? No?
I'm sorry. I have gone through things
Yeah.
with the client care center and the Easy Track numbers and the new Easy Track number, and which Easy Track number is that.
And what about the building management?
It doesn't necessarily work. Mr. Marshman, it doesn't work the way you think it does.
And for the building management, so do you have a super there, a superintendent?
Super had very little to do with this.
No, I understand, but did they advocate on your behalf?
Oh, God, no.
They didn't call in
You
and
wouldn't
try?
even take the complaint to them because you can't find them. They've blacked out their phone number, and you can't get them to stop when they're moving through because they're not going to make time for you because they don't want to interact with you.
Maybe there's just a lot of problems. And so are you telling me the project hasn't been completed?
The project is underway, but it's been stopped since December 2017.
And now it's April 2019.
Yes, and there's really a lot of, I would say, all of the priority stuff was left by the vendor who did the easier stuff.
Do you think there's a problem with vendors thinking they don't have to do very good work?
Vendors.
Very good
Thank
work
you.
at
Can I answer that
TCHC?
question?
Yes, you can.
Vendors get an extra 40%, so you're going to get $1.3 billion, and they're going to waste at least a couple of percentage, so you may as well burn half of it. They get an extra 40%, and I have not been able to get bad work done, inspected. They pay for it because there's no accountability.
Is there a building permit for this work?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
And I so
Fletcher.
appreciate you starting this transformational process.
Thank you for being here. Decca Noor. Decca Noor. Okay. Then our final deputant is Emily Daigle. Thank you, Emily. If we could just get some help with the desk there. Thank you very much.
Hi, guys.
Emily, thank you for being here again. You have 3 minutes.
So, give me a couple of seconds to start. 1 second. Getting my husband up here. So, for the first time ever in my deputations, I have my husband with me. And there's a huge reason for that, because without him, I'd be dead. And I'm dead serious about that. I am a former TCHC resident. I was in TCHC for almost 8 years, and I miss every moment of it, except for the times that were hell. Yes, there was problems, but co-ops and private landlords are not the answer. I can tell you that from being a resident of 75 Cooperage for 2 years. From being a resident of the assisted living program. I'm now a victim of the Toronto Housing Affordability Program. We lost everything. We've lost all our blind services. We've lost AIS. We've lost our mental health services. We've lost our PSWs. We've lost everything. Because thank God we didn't end up homeless this time, but the rent was going to go so high that we were going to be a co-op in Peel hadn't made a phone call. We're now stuck out there with nothing. We've lost all our services. We've lost our soup kitchens. I tried going to the former city councillor's office for almost 3 months, actually almost 4. To no avail, I kept hitting a brick wall. I grew up in Hamilton, Ontario. That's my hometown. Mr. City Manager, you just came from there. You know what Hamilton housing is like. I actually miss being at my former address of 5005 Maybelle, even where my friend lived at 200 Wellesley. You guys keep talking about the most vulnerable. Isn't being legally blind, in a wheelchair, hearing impaired, learning disabled, PTSD? I may look strong when I make my deputations, but I'll tell you this. We've lost everything. The system failed us, and I would give nearly anything to be back in TCHC. Everybody says TCHC is so bad and this and that problem, but imagine being forced out of an assisted living place because the rent goes up because you're the only one in the building, in the program, that's only got a partial city subsidy. And you're not given the reason why you were only given partial subsidy. I come here and I deputate and I do a lot of work in the accessibility community, and I don't talk about myself. Not like this, but this time I am, because without this man by my side, I wouldn't be here. You guys don't know my husband, Chris. Stand up. This is my husband, Christopher. He's legally blind. He's lost all his services. He's got physical health issues. We come into Toronto to eat. We come into Toronto to be able to have foot care. We come into Toronto to have a good food box. So everyone that says TCHC is this and that and the other, they don't understand how good they've got it, that they're actually in Toronto, that they're not a victim of the private housing system. At least those in TCHC aren't being told, oh, well, your rent's going up to $853, and it goes up every year by 20-some odd dollars, and it's supposed to be Toronto affordable housing at the Pan Am Athletes Village. They're lucky they have subsidized rent. TCHC may be hard to deal with at times, it may have its problems, but it doesn't victimize those that are the most vulnerable. People with disabilities that they were born with, that they didn't ask for. So I ask each and every one of you who have made any sort of comment about TCHC and about the betterment of the Toronto Affordable Housing Act, I want you to look in my face and tell me, how it's okay for people like me to be a victim, because it's going to happen more. All I dream of is coming home, having a home where I have my services, having a home where I'm not living, falling in the shower and falling to do anything, and starving. I only eat every other day because I can't afford to feed both of us. It's hard to reach soup kitchens in Mississauga. There's not much there. And when you just get dumped with no help, what are you supposed to do? Thank you.
Emily, thank you very much. Are there questions of the deputy? Well, thank you very much. That was a useful addition to our discussion. We appreciate that very much. We appreciate your patience today being with us. Okay. That brings us to questions of staff, and we'd start with our members visiting with us. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. And Emily, thank you very much for the deputation. Obviously, there's a lot in this report that's going to set the tone for what happens next. And I'm just very curious with respect to the current implementation so far. What do you believe is the outcome as it sits at this point in time? Early days still, I know that.
So, through the mayor, you'll recall that Council did approve the Phase 1 implementation plan, and we've been moving forward. We have the interim funding model, which has helped TCHC move forward on balancing its operating needs and continue to proceed on capital repairs. We've been successful in our intergovernmental attempts. We've set up that separate seniors unit within TCHC and have worked very closely with the LHINs on developing an integrated service model. The recommendation in this report about creating a seniors and long-term care division, expanding the mandate of the current division, takes that one step further. Council did ask us to come back by 2020 with a plan on how we actually create a more seniors-focused division within the city to coordinate, not necessarily to deliver the services directly, but to plan out and understand what kinds of services we're going to need to help support seniors within our city and ensure that those services are in place, whether they're provided through us, through the LHINs, or through other community agencies.
So thank you. Right now, we don't know how it's going to be operationalized on a day-to-day basis. You're just setting out the framework for service delivery. Is that correct?
So for the seniors division, we're just setting out the framework. What I am proposing to do is that we take up to a year to understand how best we leverage the resources we currently have to transform long-term care into more of a seniors division. So continuing to do the oversight and the provision of long-term care beds, looking at whether we need to expand the number of long-term care beds, but more importantly, how do we build capacity within that division to understand what services are needed and how we do the service planning for those kinds of services, similar to what we currently do for children's services and for housing, but broadening that to encompass all of senior services.
And can I ask, with respect to the $5 million for additional security, I'm just very curious, how do you envision that being operationalized? Like, what does that look like? Like, are we getting 24-hour security in certain buildings? Like you must have an idea of what you want to do, because you've decided on the quantum.
So currently, TCHC has been the lead on that. What this report is recommending is that the city play a more active role in partnering with TCHC to understand how we can best leverage that $5 million to reduce violence. So not only looking at an enforcement perspective, but other types of services to support that. And Mr. Marshman might be able to expand on that.
Thank you, Juliana. I think the only other comment that I would say, it's early days for me, as you can appreciate, is that we think it's important that we work with the city to see how best we can execute a safety and security model within the portfolio, targeted on, at this particular time, on certain communities within the portfolio.
So I mean, because you've been so specific and requested, the $5 million is identified as needed, you don't have a clearer sense of how you want to use that money?
They do, yes. Higher CSU.
Perhaps I might clarify on the $5 million, the history on the $5 million. There was an initial thought in terms of improving, safety and security. I think Toronto Police Services was involved in that. Toronto Community Housing came to it. Toronto Community Housing took its own funding and allocated $5 million to it. It was not an additional amount of $5 million that was provided to Toronto Community Housing. Toronto Community Housing reallocated its budget. So in terms of the thought with Toronto Community Housing at that time was that it would put in place additional CSU officers that would be community-based officers that would get a greater knowledge of what is taking place within the community, have tighter relationships with the community. They'd be the same officers that would be in that area, so they would be able to develop that linkage, and they would be able to gain greater intelligence and work with Toronto Police Services to help reduce crime. That was the initial thought. There has been a request made that perhaps it's not just security officers, that there should be some other supportive services involved. And so that's why I think this discussion is taking place with regard to the city.
I think that'll have to be the last question. Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, can somebody just remind me the value of TCHC in the billions, please? Who knows that answer? If nobody knows, stop my time, please, while they figure it out.
Are you referring, sorry, through the mayor, are you referring to the assets?
Yeah, well, what's the operational? How many billions?
The operating budget?
Yes.
600 million.
600 million. And then the value of the asset?
About 10 billion.
10 billion, okay. And the role of the shareholder, I'm just going to ask, and I don't mean to sound whatever, but I'm just going to ask the city manager, who's not here, so I'll have to ask the deputy. But there's been 6 CEOs at Toronto Community Housing since 2011. Are there any other agencies that the city has that are such a large asset and with so many people where there have been that type of turnover for CEOs?
Through the mayor, not that I'm aware of.
And is that something that the city actually watches, that there's this type of turnover? And looking at, as a shareholder, that's of a concern, and I guess probably that's to the service manager. At what point does that get flagged somewhere?
So, through
as
the
a
chair,
shareholder,
staff are aware, and we're going to be reporting out in June on a new governance model, and hopefully that will stabilize things. So we are concerned with that. We want some stability within TCHC so that we can focus on transforming TCHC to be more tenant focused and to provide the supports that are needed so that they can live better lives within those communities.
And just, I'll probably ask this offline, but I'm just going to ask about Gordon Ridge, because that was brought up by somebody here talking about Gordon Ridge, and I'll just note the passing of Robert Fredrickson, who would have been here today as an active tenant, longtime activist in Toronto Community Housing, and he just recently died. But I'm wondering, would you not expect that the management in that building and your operating unit manager would know of Floor 12, the famous Floor 12, and who the difficult tenants would be, and would be actively developing a plan with the local, whatever division that is? I mean, is that not the model that's currently underway?
Certainly, I think that I think I have shared this in some of my discussions already, that I look to see the operating unit manager, be responsible for the overall tenant experience. So to that extent, absolutely would be aware of what is going on in that building.
Can you explain why the media and others are telling us that nobody seems to be aware and actions aren't being taken?
I can't explain the media at this juncture.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Other questions of staff from, no, there's no other members, I don't think, here from outside the committee, so now we can go to committee members. Who would like to be first? Councilor Nunziata.
Thank you. So I just want to talk a bit about the security. Have we ever, as Toronto Housing, ever come forward to the board with, because there's always been tenants advocating for security cameras in the buildings and the lobbies, has Toronto Housing ever come back to the board with a costing of if there were security cameras installed at all our buildings, what the costing would be?
So just to answer that question, I want to dispel the issue that there are no security cameras in our buildings. There are over 9,000 cameras, digital cameras in our buildings, and it is one of a significant amount of budget line items that we have on an annual basis in the capital.
So does every building have security cameras in the lobby, in the stairway? And are they working?
Well, I think so. I think the intent is to have appropriate security in terms of cameras in the lobby. I will tell you, and I can't say with certainty that every single building has that. That is certainly the goal, and we continue to improve security. Let me ask you the question: not all of them are working, and some of them aren't working because we install the camera, and that day it gets spray painted.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, this is not a trivial issue, and do we have solutions to all of those issues, Councillor? No, we don't.
Yeah, so you'll be able to bring forward a report, I guess, to the board on the buildings that you don't have the security cameras and the ones that are not working. Just on page 7 of 16, in the second paragraph, the integrated service model, which includes creating senior service hubs in some Toronto community housing buildings. So I guess this would be for the city staff. Would that be similar to 1901 Western Road? The services that the seniors are providing on the main floor?
There are certainly elements at that address, of the model at that address, that we want to integrate into the integrated service model, yes.
That same model for other buildings, because that really is a model at 19, yeah. Okay, because I just wanted to make sure that, because the last time this report came forward, I tried to get 1901 Western Road on that list for seniors, and it wasn't, I don't think it was added in, and it should have been added in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. The discussion of the staffing model. And I've just made a list of all the divisions in the City of Toronto where there's proper staffing on weekends. The complaints that come through our office are that there's adequate or more staffing on the weekdays, and there's no staffing on the weekends when the trouble starts. Is it true that we really don't staff on the weekends?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have over 100 buildings that have, high-needs buildings that have staffing on the weekend. Right now, the budget allocation isn't there to provide full staffing in all buildings every weekend.
All right. Well, when people suggest we need staff on the weekend, they're not suggesting overtime. They're suggesting that the staffing model, much like police or Toronto Public Library, EMS, fire, the zoo, museums, long-term care, that the staffing model accounts for, I don't know, like weekend off, weekend on, 3 days weekday, 2 days weekend.
And that's the model that we've implemented in over 100 high-needs buildings. Not through overtime, through regular staff.
And those buildings are identified in how? I mean, just through crime or police reports or?
Through need, through unclean conditions on Monday mornings.
Okay. I was looking down the list of the transfer list, and I was looking for 165 Elmridge, which RENA Foundation has been asking about. What is the status of that property, and when can that group expect to see, I guess, to be the masters of their own house.
So that was, sorry, can I have the address again?
It's 165 Elmridge. If you don't have the details, then
If you just give us a minute, we'll look up that specific address and provide that to you. We have been in discussions with RENA on their transfer, and we're expediting it as quickly as we can, given the property transfer issues and financing that have to be addressed.
okay. Any anticipated target date when it can
Yes,
be
just
completed?
we're checking the list.
If you need a couple of minutes. Earlier, Councillor Fletcher's question asked about, I guess it was,
We have it,
oh,
Councillor.
you have it, okay.
April of 2020.
I'm sorry, did you say next year?
I did.
Okay, well, we'll take this offline.
Yes, we will.
Okay. Earlier, Councillor Fletcher had asked about what TCH was costing the city. I guess $600 million a year is what we, I guess, invest into it on an operating basis. But what is our income? And I guess that would bring us to our net.
Well, I just want to clarify, $600 million is the total budget for TCHC. The city's subsidies in the range of $243 million. Just to be clear, for operating. That's for operating.
That's the gap between rental income and costs. Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Are there other members of the committee wishing? Oh, yes, sorry, Deputy Mayor Beiler, I had you down there, right.
So I just want to go over this seniors plan. I don't know what to call it anymore. So is it, at what point are you going to advise on your staff findings on how to proceed with the seniors buildings at TCHC? Not the department at the city, but how to manage the seniors buildings at TCHC.
Through the chair, the report provides a brief update on the development of the integrated service model. We will be providing a fulsome report to committee in June that details the integrated service model. That will direct all parties, TCHC staff, community health through the LIN staff, city staff in their roles, and how the respective staffing models will roll out. We are engaged with labor partners because there may be issues relating to labor relations. So we are in those conversations with all parties.
So will your recommendation take in consideration the cost of operating the buildings, the staffing, the service levels, everything, and produce a financial business case not only towards TCHC, but also towards the city?
It will provide much of that detail. We will work through the business case as far as we can. There are savings that will be longer term if we do the integrated service model correctly. There will be savings in the healthcare system that may not accrue to the city if we do the integrated model correctly.
Okay. I heard with some concern, some comments about vendors and how we're managing vendors. So what is your current process to manage vendors and to get feedback on the repairs that we're doing?
So if you're, through you, Mr. Mayor, if you're speaking about capital, we prepare drawings and specifications, the projects are tendered, the work is underway.
No. I'm saying, how do you check the work that is done?
With staff and with consultants who have responsibility to oversee the work and provide regular reporting that staff verify and confirm.
And where do tenants can give feedback? Because I hear very often, I'm sure lots of councillors and the mayor, I'm sure, keeps hearing comments and feedback about how the work is getting done. Where can tenants give you feedback and are part of this process?
Tenants can approach the project manager who is responsible for the job, who is on site doing inspections. They can approach their super, they can call the call center.
So currently, there's no way, if a building is getting new kitchens, we do not check with the tenants of those buildings how the installation was done in their mind, if things are working properly. TCHC is not doing that?
We sign off every project with every tenant who receives the work.
You sign off with every tenant that receives the work? Okay. Just one last thing. When was...
Last question.
Last question. When was the last time that TCHC had a staff modeling review and compared it to other housing organizations?
I don't have that, that information readily available. I can get it for you, though.
Thank you very much. Other members of the committee wishing to question staff? Okay. Then we can move to speakers. And I'll start to see if our visiting members of council wish to speak. Councillor Fletcher and then Councillor Wong Tam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And this is just very exciting to get these first motions moving and look at moving tenants first. I think if there's anything that people feel a little frustrated about, including the tenants, is the length of time that this is taking. And even on the transfer of single-family homes and the uninhabited ones. So Wigwaman, which is a Aboriginal housing provider that provides their housing in single-family homes, that's their model, they're set up for that. These homes, we're only going to be transferring them shortly. So I think if there's one message that City Council needs to send, it is this has to be put on a faster track. And I don't want to sound negative, but I just counted up all of the CEOs that we've had, and Mr. Marshman, welcome to your new position. Thank you for taking that on. But 6 CEOs in 8 years, just it's quite staggering. And the longest serving CEO was actually someone who was in an acting capacity, not actually a CEO. So having that happen in that way, and as the shareholder not grappling with that up until recently, I think that we're all to blame for things not moving in quite the direction we think they should be moving in. I really want to hearken back to our late councillor, Councillor McConnell, who we talked many times about the notion of tenants first and what that means, and that the corporation, which we didn't ask for this corporation, remember? It was given to the city and we put that together. And it was put together with many different things, including all the contracted out buildings that Councillor Nunziata was speaking about. That there's things that we really have to look at. So Catherine Wilkinson talking about being on the board as a tenant, and the majority of the discussion was about development matters, not tenant matters. And we have a very big development portfolio. What does that mean for the future of the corporation? The seniors, I was on the board when Mr. Al Gosling died because he got behind on his rent and got thrown out and lived in the hallway and then died in the hospital. And that was Justice Lesage did an investigation, and now we have our Housing Equity Commissioner. And the single-family homes, just getting them to people that run those as a business. That's what many people, many housing providers, that's their model. This is not the model of this large corporation. Let them be in the service of tenants in the best way. So there are so many things, and particularly hearing today about the vulnerable tenants and how they're being managed or not managed, and how the housing providers are assisting or not assisting. I think I'm going to speak for Councillor McConnell, that was a very big deal. So those 4 pillars of TCHC to grapple with the outlying issues, and then get to looking at actually the core business and making sure that it's run in the best way. And that I'm happy to hear everybody wants the shareholder more involved. We have our staff working very closely with TCHC, so I think we're in a good place to move forward, and certainly concur with all the recommendations here today.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank staff for bringing the report forward. I do think that also we are heading in the direction that will hopefully center the experience of the tenants in everything that TCHC does, and we should follow suit by being the 100% shareholder of that corporation. I think that there are some things that have been said by the deputants, and I would say that it amplifies what I've been hearing in the community. And those concerns around safety, around additional supports for tenants, around open work orders that are not completed, around communication and accountability. There seems to be a lot of cloudiness around all of those things. And of course, when you add them all up, it actually talks about the erosion of trust in a relationship that sometimes is strained. And what I hope what I hope takes place as we start to take a look at the city's role and active participation in helping develop the community plan around TCHC, so building stronger communities, building stronger resiliency around the tenants, is to make sure that we don't walk away from that responsibility. TCHC, I have heard from time to time say, we're a landlord, we don't provide the supports, but at the same time, you're the housing provider of last resort. I think whether we like it or not, and I'm not making any excuses, whether they like it or not, we are here. So we've got to find a path forward where we actually work really hard with the leadership of the tenants, who are also saying that by way of this report that's before us, they also feel like they weren't necessarily properly engaged. So I'm not sure how I reconcile the tone of the report, which is very positive, and then basically what the tenants are saying is that it perhaps was too top-heavy down, that perhaps there were some outcomes that were already prescribed, and they didn't feel like the consultation and engagement was as deeply meaningful as it could be, and I'm a little bit troubled by that. I am encouraged to see one paragraph in this report that speaks specifically about Dan Harrison. And I know for those who are on the TCHC board, and Mr. Mayor, you would know this, Dan Harrison is a very troubled, particular campus of TCHC buildings. It's been extremely porous with respect to vulnerable takeovers. It has been plagued with all sorts of social challenges. And I just cannot imagine at the end of even 1 year, this year, that we don't do something dramatic to make sure that those residents in particular are going to see a better outcome in 12 months, or at least a path forward to a better outcome. And I'm very, very encouraged to see that. I know that there is still the Downtown East Action Plan is coming forward. I know we have to incorporate some of the more challenging campus and complex environments to make sure that there is going to be additional supports for those vulnerable tenants, and that's what I'll be looking for as this program moves forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. Members of the committee now wishing to speak. Councillor Ainsley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. First of all, I want to thank their staff for all of their work on this project to date. I could echo Councillor Wong Tam. I have 5 neighborhood improvement areas, and I do have a motion to move. The City Council direct the President and Chief Executive Officer of Toronto Community Housing Corporation to temporarily suspend the renegotiation of current community leases that raise the current rent paid to Toronto Community Housing Corporation in excess of the Consumer Price Index as the City works to develop a permanent funding model for Toronto Community Housing Corporation. As I said, I want to thank staff for all their hard work on this. I want to thank the tenants that came out today, the tenants in the buildings. I know sometimes they get frustrated with the slow pace of things that happen. I have 5 neighborhood improvement areas in my ward. The motion before you stems from the fact that more often than not in the past few years, I've had the experience of Toronto Community Housing inviting stakeholders in. I'll use the example of the East Scarborough Boys and Girls Club in my ward, the East Scarborough Storefront, 2 very well-known community organizations that do a lot of community support, invited into Toronto Community Housing buildings to perform services that Toronto Community Housing can't provide, and they're charged rent, or in the process of being charged rent. They get charged parking when they're being asked by Toronto Community Housing to provide services. They do understand that they need to sign a lease, and there's some formal lease, so there's some cohesiveness right across the Toronto Community Housing portfolio. But one of them was actually there was a per square foot rental charge that was being asked for by Toronto Community Housing. So all that being said, I'm asked for that to be being put on hold while we work out our permanent funding model with TCHC. I know other councillors around the table here have a similar experience in their wards, and I would ask for everybody's support. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. So,
sorry, just before we do that, could I just have a motion to complete the agenda? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
So I will be supporting Councillor Ainsley's motion. I have similar issue in my ward, and the reason why I asked the city, the staff, the question about the senior service hubs is that, in particular, I have one in my ward, which is 1901 Western Road. They have been leasing the main, some space in our Toronto Housing building for the past 20 years plus. And they have maintained, they've done all the renovations in the building, they provide services, programming for all the seniors in the building, and as well with seniors, surrounding seniors. And just a year ago, and thanks for working with Chris on helping them, Toronto Housing came forward and increased their rent by 50%, which they had no money, so they're running bingos, they're doing everything. So that came forward, and thanks to city staff, we're able to help them and bring it down a bit. But your motion, Councillor Ainsley, I think will help these community groups that, in fact, that are providing programming, senior services to our tenants, and they're housed in Toronto Housing Building, and they're paying, you're correct, parking, they have to pay for the rents, they increase their rents 50%, and they're providing a service not only to the community but to our tenants, and we should have that model and try to establish that model in all our buildings if it's possible, if they have space within their buildings. So I do support that motion. And as it was mentioned with board meetings, I know, Councillor Fletcher, you're on the board, and you mentioned that most of the board items are development. And I was on the board at one time, but I chose not to be on it because I felt that the focus for tenants were not a priority on the board when I was on the board, so I chose not to be on it because, to me, the tenants in our buildings were a priority to me, and there were issues that I had brought forward. Unfortunately, the priority were other issues. And so I chose not to be on it. And one of the biggest issues, as some of the tenants mentioned, security in our buildings, what's happening in our buildings. We have gangs taking over the units, and as a councillor, not knowing about it unless the police informs me that. Toronto Housing does not inform me that these units have been taken over. I work with the police, and the police are telling me, and I'm telling Toronto Housing, the units that have been taken over. So there needs to be, we really need to do a lot more than we are in our buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Other speakers? Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion just asking for a status report based on 165 Elmridge, which RENA Foundation has been working for. According to them, they've been working on this transfer for over 3 years, and it appears from staff response they're going to need another year to do it. So we really want to see what the status is of this transfer and how we can fully understand the conditions or the criteria that have to be met for it to take place. This is an organization that houses and supports developmentally handicapped adults. It's doing wonderful work at dozens of locations across the city. I think they are a prime example, an excellent example of the social capital that we rely on, and they are increasingly frustrated that they are not the masters of their own house and able to do a lot of the work that's needed to make it a supportive housing environment. That being said, TCH is one of North America's largest landlords. It faces enormous challenges. I can say from experience in the old Ward 10, where we had a number of buildings, that generally speaking, I thought the people, the tenants, were treated with respect and dignity. The buildings were generally well maintained. They were in a good state of good repair. We received very few complaints. The ones that we did get, we were able to solve fairly easy. I'm less familiar with the TCH buildings that I've inherited from the old Ward 9, but we're getting to know the tenants there and getting to know the management as well, and we look forward to supporting them over the years. Being a landlord at any level is not easy, and the TCH leadership has an enormous challenge. Sure, there are problems, but every landlord has problems. It's been touched on in this meeting, but part of the problem is the instability of leadership over the years. And I thank Sheila Penny and the other leaders there for filling in as we try and fill the vacuum of lost CEOs over the years. But generally speaking, there's always work to do when it comes to built form, when it comes to landlord-tenant relations, and when it comes to the most marginalized people in our city. So I want to thank them, and at the same time, there's lots of work to do, so I appreciate and I look forward to that report at Council.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Others wanting to speak? Deputy Mayor Barlow.
Thank you. Mayor, in my previous job, we used the term that it was KYC, Know Your Customer. I think that what we need to do here is KYT, Know Your Tenant. Because we have tenants that have different needs. And I think that what we started to do through the Tenants First is identify some of these needs. And we have some pretty good experiences. What we've done at 389 Church, like some deputies said, Winchester Homes, what I think some of our agency homes are doing by serving some of very, very specific tenants is very good work. And what we said we need to do with our seniors. So it's how do we use our asset to actually partner with the city, with services, and bring services once we know who our tenant are and what their needs are to properly serve them. And I think that's what we're trying to do better and better. It's having a little bit more decentralization that needs to happen in this big, big corporation. We are the second largest landlord in North America, the largest one in the country. And I think it's important that we understand that scale, but never lose touch of who we're trying to serve, which at the end of the day is some of the most vulnerable people in the city of Toronto. And understanding that, yes, we have a big asset, and how do we make the best use of that asset, knowing that sometimes we need other people to help us deliver the services that are more than just the bricks and mortars and bring them to the table. And I think that's what, through Tenants First, we've been trying to identify. It has been, I think, a little bit frustrating for everybody because it's been slow. And we deal with the issues on a daily basis. Like all of you, I'm sure you have people that live at TCHC that are on the waiting list coming into our offices, and we see the faces of these issues, and it's so hard for us, and that's why it's so frustrating. And we go back to TCHC and we try to put some urgency in this. But I think that's exactly our job. What our job is really bringing that urgency on behalf of our constituents and bringing the tools at the end of the day, which I think we had a big help on Friday from our federal partners, to bring the tools so that we can get the work done. But never lose focus on what we really need, which is to understand our tenants and see how we can assist them, understanding that out of 110,000 people, the needs are different, and sometimes TCHC is not going to be the only one that is going to be delivering those services, but how do we create those partnerships in the city to do it?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Anybody else wishing to speak? Okay, well, I might just say a word. I'll just set the clock. First of all, I want to say thank you to the staff. This is, of course, only a chapter in a book that has many more chapters to come. But I guess to quote Councillor Fletcher, I'm excited to see some of these first motions moving. And for one, I will just say, and I think it's been a sentiment around the table expressed in different ways, that we have to move faster. I quoted one of the deputants who I think in one and the same deputation said, change can't come soon enough, but we've got to get the job right. And both of those sentiments expressed by one of the deputants were correct. I think we've been a bit too cautious in moving forward, and I think some of this I'll say because Councillor Fletcher has a number of times posed the question, which is one that is very, very important to examine. I've had the blessing of having a lot of experience on public company boards, public company boards, big private company boards, and public corporations. And one thing that can explain why you end up with 6 CEOs in 8 years or whatever it is, it's embarrassing, whatever it is that you have poor governance. And that doesn't mean a poor CEO necessarily, it means poor governance, in that I can say, because I've had this experience across the board, that on private corporations you often have no accountability to anybody anytime, they do what they want and so on and so forth. Sometimes on these public corporations you have people, including politicians and others, deciding they're going to get their hands right down into the sort of detailed day-to-day management, and that is a prescription for failure, because that is not the job of directors. And so I think somehow we have to come to a happy medium that reflects the fact this is a publicly owned body, it's using taxpayers' money, it's accountable to the tenants, of course, but also to the broader public because they own it, and find that happy medium. And I think if we can do that, it will help our governance to get better. But I think the bottom line really is, leaving that point to one side, and it's an important point, we have to pick up the change to make things better. We have to, in this term of office, I mean, this is a good start, but it is nothing more than a good start. And we have to, and that's great, I'm happy about a good start, but I'll be pressing to say what's the next set of recommendations that we can actually see implemented. I mean, I was depressed, and I'm sure there's some explanation for it, just to hear on a very simple thing that Councillor Pasternak asked about, which is that house going to RENA, that the answer we got says is going to be done sometime next year. And this is, unfortunately, repeated. And it's repeated maybe because we haven't changed the culture, and it starts there, so that we trust our people more. We trust our people more, meaning the people down through the organization, right down to the people on the ground in the buildings, who should be trusted by us to make the right decisions to serve the people that they serve. And they've told us about safety and security. And, you know, I see the recommendation here says we're to develop the new safety and security plan in a partnership between the city and TCHC. And I hope that kind of thing is done, because that's not putting your arms down inside the corporation. That is something where the city, as the shareholder and as the city, and the TCHC are supposed to do this together. And I hope we find more ways to deliver wraparound services. It's so depressing to me that we were just starting, I think, to form some good partnerships with the LHINs, and then no sooner does that just get initiated than the LHINs get abolished. So you sort of start over again on actually delivering some of these wraparound services to people. So we've got to change the culture, got to trust our own people, got to decide on our governance role, and we have to be less cautious, and we have to bring about the change because the change is needed, and it's all about the people. And I forgot to mention, and Julie, the clerk, is telling me, of course, that I was supposed to move a motion, which I'm happy to do, and I'll just tell you briefly, and I'm sorry for going a little over the time. This motion, from a conversation I had with Councillor Perruzza, who, of course, is the poverty reduction advocate, and he was very anxious that we should consider making this change to the principles identified in Tenants First, to include that poverty reduction should always be a consideration in the solutions recommended through Tenants First. And I think it's a correct addition, and that's why I was happy to move it for him. So I'll stop there and thank you all for your attention. And I think if there's nobody else that wants to speak that hasn't, we can move to the motions and deal with the item. Everybody okay? Right. First is Councillor Ainsley's motion number 1. There it is. I'm ready to call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Pasternak's motion 2 for a report on Elm Ridge. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. And my motion number 3. Just wait for that to come up. There it is. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. And then the item as amended, and we'll have a recorded vote on that.
On the item as amended, all in favor, Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Wong, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Railao, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Nziata. All opposed, that carries unanimously.
I think I saw Miguel voting for it. I want that to be shown in the minutes. Susan as well. All right. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that completes our agenda, and I want to say thank you to the staff and to our clerk table staff, and thank you to all of you, and this meeting's adjourned.